Biblical theme scriptures, thus says Yahweh, who made you, who formed you from the womb, who is your help. Isaiah 44, 1,2 I, Yahweh, have called you to serve the cause of right, I have taken you by the hand and formed you, I have appointed you as a covenant of the people and light of the nations to open the eyes of the blind, to free captives from prison, and those who live in darkness from the dungeon. Isaiah 42, 6, 7 Thus says Yahweh, your Redeemer, who formed you in the womb, I, myself, Yahweh, made all things. Isaiah 44:24 Jerusalem Bible Translation * Chapter 1 The snow was falling like soft rain outside Melody's living room windows. Living in the country had its pluses and its challenges. Even though the family was snowed in, the scene looked like a living Christmas card in March and was still beautiful. All the evergreens and the distant hills were covered in a heavy blanket of purest white. At least I can't see all the dog poop on the yard, she thought happily. Owning a pack of wolf dogs was a big responsibility, not the least of which was having to confine them to the 3-acre fenced yard. All her life, Melody had been accused of being somewhat different. "Hey Mom," Nathan shouted from his bedroom downstairs. "Aren't you going to work today?" "Nope," Melody answered, "we're snowed in, son. I'll have to make a million calls from home on the center cell," she thought. "Oh well, that's life." Underscore 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 on. From the giant willow tree on the south side of the yard, Joseph moved slightly. In this realm he looked like a giant, standing as tall as the 20-foot willow tree, now covered in glistening white snow. The bluish sheen on his feathers matched the glistening facets of the minion of snowflakes. His eyes glowed with pride as he observed his favorite subject. He was Melody's protector, assigned with her well-being as his main concern. As he gazed through her living room windows, his eyes met hers. But she was completely unaware of their gaze. She picked up her work cell phone and answered the call. Looking up, Joseph saw the beautiful light streak across the clouds and he knew that Solomon was approaching. The clouds parted and the light fell on the snow bank and began assuming the posture of gold so familiar in this setting. "How are things going?" Solomon smiled as he strode up to the willow tree. "She knows something is up," Joseph's face softened, "but she has no idea of the big bang that is approaching. It's going to take all of her courage in the Father for her to keep her head above water, my friend. The enemy army is advancing and the Father is going to allow it. But, he's not going to let a hair of her head be destroyed in the end." Solomon laid a big strong hand on Joseph's shoulder comfortingly. Both of the angels looked around, taking in the peaceful, earthly setting. It was hard to know that very soon a black cloud of enemy forces would be allowed to invade here. Yet, from eons of experience, they also knew it was the age-old battle between good and evil. Good would get its final victory. It was Tarl at the other end of the line. She was the brand new president of the board of directors of the Teen Pregnancy Center. Melody tensed up, wondering what she would want. "Amber and I want to meet with you on Monday morning, Melody. We have a few things we want to discuss," Tarl instructed coolly. "Hopefully the roads will be cleared after the weekend," Melody commented. "What time would you like to meet?" "Be there at 9 a.m., please," Tarl answered. "I will," Melody promised. The clicked off the connection. It wasn't a regular board meeting. "I wonder what they want to talk about. Must be that tax receipt Natalie had requested." Melody had been going through so much with this board, and to top it off, after Natalie had resigned as general board member of 2 years, she asked for a very large tax receipt for gift in kind which Melody could not agree to. Melody had researched it with the center's accountants and found it was not within their regulations. In emailing the board these details, however respectfully, she felt she might have once again tipped her hand of favor with the 2-member board of Tarl and Amber. "Oh well, I'll just put on some coffee and do my best to please them," her line of thought strung along. The cell phone rang again. "Hello, Oh, hi Annette. You need help with your presentation preps? Sure, read it to me and I'll do my best to critique you over the phone. Melody went into her kitchen and began to unload the dishwasher as Annette, the education director for the center, began to read her a lengthy report. This would be a long day of work details. Sometimes Melody felt that the cell phone was a part of her physical anatomy, yet she really loved her work. Hadra flexed his fingers while he withdrew his long, sharp fingernails from the mind of Tarl. The anger which she had held in check so calmly as she placed her call to Melody began to seep out in black slimy streams from his pierce marks. Tarl was totally oblivious to Hadra's insidious work. She was mesmerized by her own hidden agenda. Hadra's main mandate was to promote hatred between those children of light that so disgusted him. Tarl was an easy prey since a lot of underlying work had already been done by others in preparation for this big battle the Dark One had designed. As tall as the ceiling, Hadra had the appearance of a big, bulky boxer covered with scales like a rhino. His red, bulging eyes sparkled viciously as he anticipated the coming demise of one Melody Wolf. She had been so much trouble for so long now, and finally everything was in place to assure her final destruction. Eeyahhhh. A piercing screech sounded from the corner of the curtained room. While sulphurous clouds erupted from behind the heavy drapes and the stench of yet another demon added to the atmosphere. What the? Hadra's mouth opened to scream vulgarities in return, not wanting to admit how startled he had been just now when Regila blew in. A big grin sliced across Regila's gums when he realized he'd caused some shock to his demonic sidekick. Drooling with pleasure, he announced, "Lord Dark commands us to make sure all the loose ends are tied up. The time is very near and he doesn't want any slip ups. Specifically, we've got to keep things hidden from those damnable angels so they don't know our real agenda." "He doesn't have to worry," Hadra cajoled. "Tarl is so full of our seeds it will be like blowing on a ripe dandelion. She's not going to give us any trouble." "Well, I hope not." Regila remembered all the long hours he had labored to destroy the first church that Tarl and her family had attended. Being one of the spirits of religiosity, it had been his main job to work from behind the scenes at that stupid little God of Love church. Since she represented a long line of generational curses, he had had an open door through her bloodlines, but it was still a lot of work confusing the leadership into agreeing with those false abuse charges. Fortunately, gossip and rumor worked their usual destructive, helpful magic. They were so good at mixing just a speck of truth with a lot of lies until finally, the apple rotted from the core out, then, voila, the church fell apart. Success. The poor, broken pastor had a nervous breakdown which resulted in mental health counseling. Then his wife left him in humiliation, and the little flock just fell apart. Lord Dark had now seeded in false children of light with the real ones. What was left of the church began to try to pick up the pieces again. This time, the tares were very deeply sown. Monday morning came too soon for Melody. She was not looking forward to the special meeting with Tarl and Amber. She managed to get her home chores done, then drove down the bumpy country road for 5 miles which then met up with Highway 28. Thankfully, that was paved for the last 10 miles to the small city of Woven where the headquarters for the Teen Pregnancy Center were planted. Melody's big, old boat of a car felt like driving while sitting on a living room couch. She liked to refer to the 1986 Oldsmobile as the Silver Cloud, making her family laugh. It was more like a gray tank in her son Nathan's opinion. He thought his mom a bit eccentric, and he loved her that way. As she was coming in from the south end of the city, Melody happened to see Tarl's shiny black Mercedes going down the street just a block ahead of her. "I sure hope I have time to get in and make the coffee before they arrive," she thought anxiously to herself. No worries, Tarl was going to have a short pre-meeting with Amber to make absolutely sure they were on the same page. Melody had no foreknowledge of this. She parked her car and raced to unlock the doors. Fumbling with her bundle of office keys, she flicked the switch on the wall to turn on the lights. Then she hurried to the staff kitchen to get the brew going. There, That's done. Now, she quickly set the soft atmospheric music and turned on the water fountain. Okay, fixing her hair in the mirror, Melody sent up a short little prayer for help. Please Lord, be with me in this meeting and help things to go well, she pleaded. It wasn't that God the Father wasn't listening to Melody's prayer. He knew exactly what was going on. Being the Alpha and the Omega, he also knew what the future outcome would be of the events that were now taking place. Yes, I understand Father. Joseph disappeared into the wall just as Tarl and Amber came in and climbed the steep steps to the offices. Joseph needed to be invisible even to the unseen realm. There was a dark cloud of demons right behind the two women, they were completely unaware of them. Melody had heard the door open and their steps on the stairs. Come on in ladies, she said invitingly. The coffee is just finished perking. Can I get you each a cup? They both nodded and Melody went to fix it the way she knew each woman liked it. She served the fragrant, steaming mugs to the desktop in front of Tarl and Amber. They had each taken a seat in her administration office across from her desk. Amber, with her short blonde hair falling over her eyes, drew a short hot sip. Tarl did not. She proceeded to open her briefcase and take out a white page of paper. Melody, she began, the board has decided to implement the letter of resignation that we have kept on file for you. Her eyes looked steadily at Melody without any emotion as she continued, we realize that this comes as a shock to you this morning, however the board has decided we would like to have a fresh face and a fresh focus for this ministry, we think it is time that you leave. She looked away as she said, we want to express our thanks for all you have done the past many years. Tarl kept on talking, Melanie was not able to take in the false words of appreciation. All she could hear was, we think that it is time you leave. 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 They were going to force her out of her position as the executive director of her beloved teen pregnancy center after decades of service. Finally, she got a hold of her thoughts, managing to ask. Tarl, what is the new focus you want to have here? That's none of your concern. Tarl's eyes narrowed as she spoke curtly. Her tone became insulting. You will have 5 days to tell everyone that you are leaving of your own free will. You can tell them that you've been ill and need a rest. On Thursday we want to begin telling the professional advisory board about your leaving. We will tell them we are organizing a farewell party for you to recognize all your achievements if you leave quietly. If you don't, we will change the locks and you will be humiliated. Having had her say, Tarl stood up to leave. She looked at Amber as if to say, aren't you coming too? Then she hurried out the back steps. Melody tried to detain Amber who had been her friend. Initially Melody had hired Amber to be her counselor coordinator about a half-dozen years earlier. She had trained her and they had become very close friends, much like sisters. Then when she left to have her family, Melody had asked her if she might consider serving on the board of directors. She had been the president for 2 years until Tarl had taken over just 2 months ago, without an election. Please, Amber, can't I have a few minutes of your time? Melody pleaded. Amber didn't like being left alone by Tarl this way. Even though she had given Melody the impression they would enjoy lunch together today, she did not want to face her questions. As she looked into Melody's distraught face, she had a brief twinge of guilt. I guess I can give you a few minutes, she said, but I have an appointment and I can't stay long. What's going on? Melody cried. I thought things were finally getting on the right track, why are you doing this? It's like Tarl said, we just want someone else in your place. Amber answered. Amber, I love this job. I helped to found it 23 years ago. I also have financial commitments, what am I supposed to do? Melody pleaded her case. There is nothing I can do about it. Amber grabbed her orange coat and fairly ran out the door. Melody's composure fell apart when Amber left. She fell to her knees on the floor of her office. Right in front of the prayer corner. Lord, what's going on? I prayed so hard and fought so long, why is this happening? Tears began to drip off her face onto the linoleum floor. She took the finger of her right hand and traced the warm puddle into a cross shape. Tarl and Amber met briefly outside the building after the meeting with Melody. "Whew, I'm glad that's over," Amber exclaimed. "Me too," Tarl agreed. "I'm going to give Candace a call and share the good news." "See you later." She took her cell phone from her purse, having dismissed Amber, who escaped quickly to her jeep. "Hi Candace, well, it's all done, she's history. Thanks for praying with us to get rid of her. Do you have time for lunch and I'll tell you all about it?" "Okay, I'll meet you at Chi-Chi's." "No, Amber can't make it, she has to get home to her kids." A dark cloud of demons materialized in Tarl's wake. Jealous had spiky yellow hair and a green seamy face sporting a muscular body. He was the strongman of jealousy that had worked extensively through Natalie, the missing board member. "Good work, men," Jealous exclaimed with pride. Freya, Hadra, Regila, and Krahop beamed at the recognition. "That was so easy." Krahop's slimy smile dripped with sarcasm. He was the demon of hypocrisy. He especially enjoyed listening to the conversation between Tarl and Candace, now beginning at the Chi-Chi's restaurant. Candace was waiting in a booth at the restaurant waiting for Tarl. She waved excitedly when she noticed her enter. "Over here." Tarl smiled and hurried over. "I'm glad you were available," Tarl crooned. "It's going to be so great now that we don't have to deal with Melody much longer." "Tell me about it," Candace encouraged. Well, Tarl began to recall the events from memory as Gozma emerged right behind her. Gozma was wearing a dark shadowy garment, and even in his realm he was hard to make out. But the yellow glow in his eyes gave him away. Mallow was already eavesdropping behind Candace with the intention of going to give a report Lord Dark as soon as everything was shared. Gozma was the demon of gossip, and he thoroughly enjoyed the religious flavor to Tarl and Candace's conversation as they tore Melody apart. He was looking around, hoping other human ears were also pricked and could get at least some of the tantalizing gossip which was sure to help further ruin Melody's reputation. Candace had been forewarned by Tarl of her plans to remove Melody from her position as director of the Teen Pregnancy Center. She had promised to pray for the situation, and now the two women could enjoy their conquering of the former director of this charity. Mallow was a demon in charge of inciting malice, especially between children of light, and Candace was easy prey for Lord Dark's insidious plans. "Oh, goody, here come the nachos," Candace relished bites between further details from Tarl. The two women bowed their heads and folded their hands in a prayer of thanks before continuing their lengthy conversation. "We, that is Amber and I, both hope you will reconsider and come on the board of directors with us," Tarl invited. Candace looked thoughtful. "I don't know, I'll have to talk it over with my husband and think about it some more." Mallow gathered up his web-like wings, deciding that this was enough information to give Lord Dark a detailed report. He disappeared from the room while a few of the other dark clouds remained, hanging around to encourage progress. Melody's eyes were puffy from crying. She had tried everything to please this board and nothing had worked. After 2 years of secret torture by them, she had finally lost her job. 16 years of service, pouring out her heart over and over for the wonderful work of saving the lives of unborn babies. Helping distraught young women and men, working to persuade the churches to come alongside the charity when they didn't even want to hear the word abortion. Why, she had spent half her life at it. All because of her own terrible history. She began to remember that black day when she almost her own soul, and then the wonderful day when God came into her darkness and lifted her out of that miry pit. Underscore 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 on chapter 2. "Hey Melody, hurry up, we're going to be late," Richard called from their 1970 Javelin AMX. He had his radio control plane loaded in the back seat and his friends were waiting at the runway for him. "I'm coming," Melody came bouncing out of their apartment. She was wearing a pink tank top and short jean shorts. Her long blonde hair was tied up in a ponytail behind her head. She looked all of 17 years old, but she was really 19. She and Richard had married just 2 years ago. They were head over heels in love. They had moved to British Columbia shortly after their honeymoon because Richard had been offered a chance to work for a charter aircraft service. He had graduated from college training to become an aircraft engineer. But first he had to apprentice in aircraft maintenance and write an exam. This job was a dream come true. After work hours, Richard liked to spend time with a group of radio control aircraft freaks who used a grass strip outside of the town of Western Lake. Melody went along to please him. "Hey Sandy," Melody called. "We're here." She waved to her friend who had also come with her little girl Leah. She was the wife of Gary Sanderson, who had taken the job of customer services traffic agent with the Pacific Western Airlines. This had been Melody's job for a few months, but when it became a full-time position, it was opened up to all PWA staff for application. Since Gary had lots of seniority working for years at the Vancouver SOC Center as air traffic controller, he won the job. It took Melody a while to warm up to this couple because she was sad at losing her job. However, when Richard and Gary hit it off as friends, it had to happen. Things were confirmed when they went to visit them for the first time to find they lived on a street called Melody Lane. Melody believed in signs, so she decided to get over it. Soon, Melody and Sandy were good friends too. Richard joined Gary and the other men as they were tinkered on their miniature planes. It seemed to take hours to get the aircraft tuned up, oiled, gassed, tested, and so on till finally they really went flying. Melody disliked listening to the loud whining engines which seemed to her to go on for hours. Now with her new friends Sandy and her daughter Leah there, she had someone to visit. Melody sat down on a plaid woolen blanket beside the two other women. She looked up to see one of the sailplanes taking wing at the end of the grass airstrip. "How long have you been here?" she asked. "About an hour or so," Sandy responded. "Would you like a cup of coffee?" she continued, reaching for her thermos. "Sure, love some." Melody was grateful for the steaming brew. She was a true coffee-aholic, as anyone that knew her would attest to. "I brought a couple of magazines with me in case there was no one else to visit with." Melody picked up the latest Woman's World copy and offered it to Sandy. "I brought my hacky sack too." Leah, Sandy's 10-year-old daughter, stood up and began to demonstrate the fine art of kicking the little leather ball pouch from one knee to the other. "Wow, you're getting really good at that, dear," her mother commented. "So, Melody, did you get that job you were applying for?" "I believe the interview went really well. They're going to let me know next week," Melody replied. She had applied with the Department of Forest's air tanker base at the Western Lake Airport. After she lost her job working for PWA, she had heard about this one. "It's a dispatcher position and I'd be able to work at the airport where Richard works. We could see each other sometimes. I think I would enjoy it." "I wish you success," Sandy smiled. To herself she thought, "Sure hope this pretty young friend of mine can hold her own with all those pilots." After a couple of hours visiting over the din of the radio control engines, Melody wasn't interested in staying anymore. "Say Sandy, would you and Leah like to come to our apartment and we could prepare a barbecue for the guys for supper? I'm kinda sick of this sport for one day." "Okay, that sounds like a plan." Sandy agreed. She picked up her thermos and began to roll up the blanket. "I feel a bit chilly anyway with the sun starting to go down." It was hard to believe it was mid-September already and many of the leaves on the trees were turning gold. Summer sure had a way of going by fast. Soon real fall weather would hit the Western Lake area. They gathered up their things and made for the Javelin. "Hey Richard, can I take our car? We women want to go home to make a barbecue supper for you guys." "Hey, can we come too?" Charlie and Ben smiled above their greasy rags, having heard about a possible food wagon. "Why not?" Melody invited. "I'll just need to go to the Overweight grocery store and pick up a few extra supplies." Can you gallows come in about an hour and a half? The men all nodded their heads as the women climbed into the grey 1970 Javelin. Melody started the engine. Soon they were driving the long winding roads down the mountains from the outskirts of town. Western Lake was a nice mid-sized town nestled at the base of a range of beautiful forested mountains with a pristine lake at its shore. Melody and Richard enjoyed living here. It was a real change from growing up on the prairies of Manitoba. Walking down the aisles of the Overweight grocery store, the women picked up some fresh mushrooms, romaine lettuce, bakery buns and some extra hamburger meat. "I'll make my famous fresh mushroom salad," Melody said as the groceries slid down the conveyor belt at the cashier till. She was getting her wallet out of her brown suede purse when Sandy said, "No, let me get some of that." Sandy insisted, "I would like to pay for that meat, miss." She grabbed the packages of burger away. Laughing, the two friends picked up their bulging brown paper bags and headed back to the car. "It sure is a lovely day for a barbecue," Sandy commented, as they drove up to the Wolf's apartment on Watkins Street. Melody turned her key in the lock at the front door and opened it wide to invite her friends in. Leah and Sandy dumped their heavy brown bags onto the kitchen table. "How about I go get the coals into the grill and light it while you two mix up the hamburger meat?" Melody suggested. "Sure thing." Sandy was already rummaging through a drawer for an apron as she knew where Melody kept her things. Later, all the men were sitting around on their lawn chairs, their bellies full from feasting on the tasty burgers, fresh mushroom salad. They sipped their cokes and coffees contentedly. The way to a man's heart surely is through his stomach, Melody thought to herself. Lots of lazy visiting ensured and friendly bantering with jokes at someone else's expense. It got gradually darker outside, but with a few blankets and jackets everyone was content to pretend it was still summer. "Gary, I think we should head home," Sandy pointed to their daughter who had fallen asleep in front of the television inside the apartment. "Yeah, it is getting late," Gary agreed as he rose up out of his lawn chair and folded it up. "We had a good day, guys," he continued. "Let's do another fly day next Saturday, okay?" Ben and Charlie took their cue and soon all their guests had packed up and left. The remaining coals glowed dimly on the grill. Richard helped Melody carry the leftover food and dishes to their kitchen. "That was a good day we had today, honey," he circled his arms around her slim waist. "Yes, it was, just too many hours on the runway," she complained. "And I would like to have a little more fun with you now," Richard nibbled playfully on her shoulder. The two lovebirds went into their living room to lay down on the white fur shag rug, being careful to close the velvet drapes so no one could invade their privacy. Married life was pretty good most of the time, Melody smiled to herself. Chapter 3 Melody did land that job as dispatcher for the tanker base the following spring. It was a new fire season. She enjoyed driving up the long winding mountain road to the Western Lake Airport again. She and Richard usually traveled together as he worked down the runway at West Wing's charter service. Sometimes they could meet for lunch. Melody climbed the tanker base steps and walked down a long hall. She hung up her coat on the row of wall hooks. Then she proceeded to go into the stainless steel kitchen area. Some of the pilots were playing a game of cribbage and some were hanging around on the outside deck drinking coffee. The alert sign read, "Yellow, not much happening right now," Melody asked Steve as she walked by him on her way to the dispatch office. "Nope. No smokes have been seen today," Steve replied as he looked her up and down from behind. He and Brad glanced at each other and winked a secret wink which Melody was completely unaware of. She looked outside the large glass windows in front of the long dispatcher desk and saw the red and white fleet of Conair aircraft all lined up on the tarmac edge. Then she looked down on her log pad and read the notes that Chris had written on her shift before her. She noted that some smokes had been registered earlier by the bird dog, but it said that they were no worries for now. The phone began to ring shrilly. "Hello, this is Air Ops, how can I help you?" Melody knew the drill. "We just got a call from 7 Mile House and they've got a red alert and some serious fires sprouting in the northern part of our area," came the curt reply on the line. They want us to get in the air pronto and help them. She recognized the voice of Eric, one of her commanders on the line. Set our alert to red. Then I'll give you the coordinates so you see a grid the fire. Yes sir. Right away sir. Melody grabbed the horn. She blew 3 blasts while flicking the neon alert sign from yellow to red. All the pilots flew into action. They ran downstairs and began yanking on their fire-retardant clothing. It only took seconds and they were running across the tarmac to their planes. She could hear the props begin to spit and turn. Steve radioed in. My fuel tank is lower than I thought, I'm going to need Wes to come and fill me up. Will do, Melody sprung into action. The planes were already loaded with thousands of pounds of liquid fire retardant necessary to drop from the air onto the fires below. Wes was supposed to be at the pumps in case of emergency. Wes. Wes. This is Tanker Base, come in. Melody summoned him on the base radio. No response, where is that guy? Melody thought to herself as she ran out of the building to the gas pumps. Fortunately, she had been trained as to how to fill a plane, but it took all of her strength to hold onto that hose as the mighty rush of fuel ran through into the aircraft. Steve's big plane was just rolling up. She yanked the hose from the pump nozzle and dragged the thick heavy snake to the plane. Lifting the security latch, she quickly snapped off the lid and hooked the end of the hose in tight. Then she ran to the gas pump and turned it on. Just then Wes came running out of one of the supply buildings. Hey, what's going on? I didn't hear the horn. He yelled over the din of the screaming engine. He grabbed onto the hose with Melody. Together they held on with all their strength as the powerful blast of fuel streamed through. I can finish this, Melody, Wes insisted, get back to the radios. Melody made a beeline for the base building. Tanker Base 1, come in. A voice was crackling over the radio phone. Are we clear for takeoff? Yes, go ahead, Tanker 1, Melody responded. She hurried to the giant wall map and began to take the grid measurements for the fire for directions to relay to the pilots. Tanker 1 rolling, the pilot announced as Melody noted the time on the log. Tanker 2 ready to roll, came the next pilot's voice. Melody again noted the roll time down on the log and so on. Steve was quick to get in line. Soon all 6 aircraft were thundering down the runway and soaring into the air. Melody was reading the directions onto the radio waves. NW120 and SE about 12 miles and you should spot the fires, she directed. Roger that. The lead pilot responded. Tanker Base. Another of the aircraft radios broke the line. Yes, this is Tanker Base, go ahead. Melody answered while still jotting down roll times and directions on her log sheet. This is 50 Mile House, we have a situation, we need help. Go ahead and relay. Melody was ready with her pen. One of our bird dogs in the fire area hasn't checked in for 20 minutes and we are getting concerned. It was Tal, the dispatcher from the next fire station. I hear ya, Brad, Tanker 3 pilot interjected on his radio. We should be in the area shortly and we'll take a look. Melody just kept writing down all the important details of the conversations as the 3 air radios took on a life of their own in her office. Several voices could be heard at once, some louder than others and some crackling seemingly in the distance. It was her job to write down all the important information and then relay it as needed. Her large cup of coffee had long since turned cold, the cream making a ring on the top edge of the black brew. She had not noticed that she had set it down on top of a glossy cover of a new dye magazine. Steve and Brad had put it on her desk just to get her goat. They knew it would really make her upset. Life at the Tanker Base took on its own routine. Melody went to work when things were a slow yellow alert, when things were an intense red alert, and when things were being watched, green alert. There were very few women at the base, just the dispatchers who took turns in shifts and one bookkeeper. About a dozen male pilots were on call. They stayed at the base in groups of 6 at a time, sleeping in rooms with bunk beds. All their meals were taken there as well, and the base boasted a state-of-the-art stainless steel kitchen which was fully equipped. Each week the dispatchers were sent to do the grocery shopping. Typical male stereotyping to send the women to shop for them. Melody made friends with Chris, Becky, and Tammy. In time, however, she found Chris to be a bit of a problem. Melody was a married woman and not interested in the men. But some of the guys didn't care and liked to whistle at her and to talk about her behind her back. This seemed to make Chris jealous. She was unmarried and liked to flirt with and to tease the men. Melody noticed that things seemed to be out of place in the dispatch office when she came into work. One day she found that the training manual that she had been diligently working on was gone. She had been keeping it up since she started so that she could always refer to it for help, as there was no training manual for the dispatchers. Later, she found out that Chris was in some trouble and no longer worked for the base. She had apparently taken it with her. It was 5 a.m. in the morning. Melody had been called in for the early shift at Tanker Base but had nearly fallen asleep on her dispatcher chair when one of the pilots walked in. "Hey you, wake up," Bob smiled, knowing he had caught her sleeping. "I've got to get ready for some infrared photography of a fire spot to see if it's still hot underneath. I need you to monitor my helicopter flight." He finished belting up his camera equipment. "Have a late night?" "No, I'm just not a morning person and everything was so quiet around here," Melody made the excuses, feeling ashamed of herself. "I had better make some coffee and wake up." As she moved past him, his hand reached out and he gave her a friendly pat on her hip. "Yeah, you better do that." Bob winked. That gesture made Melody feel uncomfortable. During that afternoon some of the pilots were hanging around the base during a yellow alert. Melody looked out her dispatcher windows and noticed that there was a body lying on the wing of one of the big Conair aircraft. She and Richard were both into photography and she always took her Canon 35mm camera with her. So she decided to sneak up on this fellow and take his photograph. When she got closer to him she suddenly realized that he was tanning in the nude. She turned around and hurried back to the building. All the guys inside had been tipped off and had fun snickering at her, smirking and making lewd jokes. Weekend base parties were a regular event. The men who had wives or girlfriends brought them along for a barbecue. The base provided the groceries and there is lots of alcohol available. Everyone was sitting around in a big circle of lawn chairs outside. Melody and Richard had not grown up in their Mennonite community with alcohol. It was only after they married that they moved to BC and made new friends that they began to have an occasional glass of wine or beer with a meal, though rarely. Some of the pilots and base bosses were weekend drunks. There may have been a few alcoholics in the bunch. Melody had her camera handy and decided to take a photo of her boss with a curly Kate stretched over his face during a fit of alcoholic glee. It was just too tempting. Some other compromising photos were also taken by her. She should have been a detective or a secret agent. Anyway, when developed, these photos mysteriously disappeared at the base. Melody was young and lively. She did not realize that her pretty appearance turned some of the men's heads and made their wives or girlfriends jealous. Not all, mind you, but one or two that she worked with began to make her life unpleasant at work. Richard worked down the runway at the West Wing's charter service and was oblivious to the attention his wife was attracting at work. If he had been, he might have taken more precautions to protect her and to protect their marriage. Fortunately, dispatching at the Ministry of Forests Air Tanker Base was a seasonal job during the fire season. After that, Melody was called back to her old job as customer services traffic agent for the Pacific Western Airlines for some relief work. Chapter 4. Melody was at work at the PWA desk when she heard a call coming over the speakerphone. It was a message from Tony Dimitras from the Vancouver airport. He wanted to let the staff know that there would be an opportunity for computer training in the city. That they should all be prepared to upgrade their education by taking this one-week course. PWA was paying all expenses. Melody was delighted at the opportunity. She had a desire to further her education, and in 1980 computer training was relatively new. Hey Tony, I would love to go, please register me. Richard, guess what? Melody announced enthusiastically after work. Richard looked up from his fiddling with a small pile of tiny camera parts on their coffee table. What? He acknowledged. I've been asked to attend a week of computer training for my job in Vancouver. Melody smiled expectantly at her young husband. He looked back down at his work and didn't say anything to encourage her. Well, I told them I was going, Melody continued hopefully. You'll be gone a whole week. Richard didn't seem too happy about the idea. It's for my job training. Melody went back into the kitchen to wash the dishes. Why wasn't Richard happy for her? She had already made up her mind, she was going. After 3 years of marriage, she and Richard had settled into a kind of work routine. He was a true born and bred workaholic. Melody had no idea what a workaholic was until after they were married. Having both been raised in the Mennonite culture, work was one of the most revered things to do after worshipping God, of course. Mennonites were immigrants to Canada and the United States that had fled from Russia, Germany, and Poland in the early 1800s to save their very lives. They had broken away from the Catholic faith by following an ex-Catholic priest named Menno Simons. Menno had realized that the people were being read the Bible from the Latin language by a priest and very few of them understood the language or what it meant. So they were at the mercy of the priest's translation and could not read the word for themselves. One of the teachings that made Menno Simons unique was when he realized that the baptism of infants was not scriptural. He believed that people should have understanding about their conversion decision to faith and also for their baptism. This teaching made him an enemy of the Catholic Church. It allowed the people to think for themselves, thus taking away some of the control of the Church. The rich and powerful Catholic leadership ordered a persecution of Menno Simons and his followers, making war on them, confiscating their property, killing and torturing them, cutting out their tongues, burning them at the stake and drowning them. As Mennonites then believed in pacifism, they were an easy target once apprehended. In anguish the Mennonites fled to Canada and the United States to start a new life of freedom. Here they were promised by the Canadian government that they could practice their religion freely, keep their own languages, educate their own children in their culture. Both Melody and Richard's parents were descendants of the first immigrants. One of the things that made the Mennonites desirable to the Canadian government was their agricultural skills and their work ethic. Work was next to God in the life of many a Mennonite family. So when Melody married Richard Wolfe, she soon realized that she would be left alone at home for many hours while he worked overtime at the airport or did other work. They had fallen in love when she was only 15 and he was 18. They married after she graduated from high school and at the tender ages of 18 and 21. Then they moved to British Columbia so that Richard could complete his aircraft maintenance apprenticeship and write his engineer's license. Melody found herself increasingly lonely for her family in Manitoba. Richard seemed oblivious to her need for more of his time and attention. After all, he reasoned, he was doing this all for her. Melody poured herself into church activities and into her jobs. She was a social butterfly who loved the company of other people. A natural extrovert, she enjoyed meeting and talking with new people. With a string of jobs, Melody tried to work many hours too, but she also took time out for herself and for social fun. Finally the day arrived for Melody to leave on her week of training. "Are you going to be okay without me?" She gave Richard a quick kiss on the cheek. "Well, I'll have to do my own cooking and you know I hate that." Richard made a sour face. "Don't worry, I made lots of food for you already and it's all in the fridge with notes on top." Melody had thought of everything. Melody loved her job as the customer services traffic at the small Western Lake Airport. She enjoyed making the boarding announcements on the loudspeaker. She liked to wear the smart green and white uniform. It never really got that busy at this airport. It was nothing like the big city of Vancouver. She might load a dozen or so passengers at each flight as well as check the payload to determine the weight and balance for the crew after the bags and fuel were loaded. Melody had packed her summer suits planning to look crisp and professional in the city atmosphere. She wanted to fit in. She waved goodbye to Richard, who was looking out in farewell at the airport waiting room. She climbed the familiar stairs up into the Jumbo 737 Pacific Western airliner. Western Lake was just a short stopover for PWA flights en route other destinations in the province. The sound of the jet engines revving up hit Melody's ears, so she chewed her juicy fruit gum a bit harder. Chewing gum helped during the change of cabin pressure when taking off and landing, especially for someone who had any respiratory or sinus problems. Melody was an asthmatic since a young girl. The brief takeoff distance from the runway went quick and soon the jet was airborne. Melody was looking down at the miniature hangars on the ground like a row of Monopoly toys. The beautiful green evergreen forests surrounded the top of the mountain where the airport was located. Melody noticed a brown bear lumbering away from the runway area back into the forest cover. Now they were flying over the lake, over the town, and ascending higher and higher until they reached the right cruising altitude for the rest of the flight to Vancouver. It would be a short 45-minute flight. Soon they were landing again. Only this time, it was on a much bigger maze of runways. Melody unbuckled her seat belt and stood up to open the overhead cabin bin, retrieving her small suitcase and knapsack. Her purse had been at her feet during the flight, so she wouldn't have to bother waiting at the baggage claim area. "Thank you for flying Pacific Western," the friendly Stu smiled as she walked by. The colors of teal, blue and green were prominent on her uniform. "We hope you enjoy your stay in Vancouver," she finished. "I will," Melody thought to herself. Soon she was out of the bustling airport and waving a taxi down. "Take me to the Sandman Inn, please," Melody told the taxi driver who had pulled up. He was wearing a burgundy turban and probably of East Indian descent. "Yes, miss." He seemed friendly enough. They drove through the winding streets of downtown Vancouver. The Sandman Inn was located close to the major bus depot of the city. It was a favorite hangout of some of the seedier folks in society. But Melody and Richard had spent some fun times at this hotel and she had fond memories of it. That evening in her room, Melody was sitting in her blue silk pajamas on top of her queen-sized bed all alone watching the television. Tomorrow is the big day, she thought to herself. I wonder how many students will be in the computer class with me and if I will make some new friends. Around midnight, she had had enough TV, setting her alarm early and taking one last sip of water from a glass beside the bed. Melody turned out the lamp to sleep. It took a while for her to doze off as her mind kept thinking about all kinds of things. It wasn't easy to get used to the hotel bed being used to lying next to Richard's warm body in their own bed at home. Finally, sleep took over. Melody had no idea that she was being watched while she slept. Two dark figures were peering into the room through a window. "Well, what do you think?" Temptra asked as he floated outside the hotel window. "Yeah, I see it," Freya agreed. "Dark Lord told us to look for that golden light just above her head and it's there all right." His mouth curled up in a sneer. "That's an indication that the Almighty has something up his sleeve for this one. Some kind of divine plan to glorify himself again, and we've got to put a stop to it," he growled. "I've got something already going down tomorrow," Temptra confided slyly. "It will put a big knife in the heart of our enemy and spoil whatever he has in mind for this one." Temptra continued to whisper in Freya's ear when they noticed the light above Melody's head begin to grow. "Oops, we'd better split. Her angel is coming through and we don't want to catch us or the foul order could be spoiled." The two demons disappeared in a puff of black smoke. Joseph emerged from a seam of light as a beautiful blue glow filled the hotel room where Melody was asleep. He was her angel of protection sent to her at her moment of birth from the Father. She was from a long generational line of believers. Father did have a marvelous plan for her earthly life that would bring him much honor and glory. However, like the life of Menno Simons and many others, it would not look pretty much of the time. Joseph saw many pitfalls and valleys ahead of this little one. It was so hard to watch sometimes the winding roads these humans had to tread, all dependent on every decision they made. Why the Father had allowed them all the freedom of every choice, Joseph still didn't really understand. But that was the way of it. Working out your salvation with fear and trembling, that's what the word said. Melody was so young and inexperienced, she was about to get a big awakening. Joseph had been briefed and he knew what was up for tomorrow. The worst part was, he was supposed to allow her to fall. He knew that Temptra and Freya had already done their demonic work. He only wished he could use his sword of truth and slice through their sneering smiles. But he would have to bide his time. Just keep her from death, please, Lord, he whispered the prayer while he laid his hand gently on her brow. She was dreaming now. Chapter 5. Beep beep beep. The alarm clock radio screamed into Melody's brain. She awoke with a start. She had been having a strange dream. Something about a roller coaster and going over the top to her possible death. It was very scary, but just a dream after all. Whew, she was relieved. The clock said 7 a.m. and time to get up. Time to get ready for her first day of computer training class with Pacific Western Airlines. She stretched and got up from her tangled covers. She padded barefoot to the bathroom, feeling the ice-cold ceramic tiles under her bare feet. Then plugged in her velvet rollers to heat. Running hot water into the sink, she began to wash her face and then dry it with a fluffy white hotel towel. Melody proceeded to put on her makeup, then dress in her tan pantsuit with a brown silk blouse underneath. She went to the phone to call room service. "Hello, this is room 617, can you please send up your breakfast special? Yes, I'd like my eggs scrambled and raisin toast, orange juice would be fine." Melody hung up the phone. My hot rollers should be ready now, she thought. She walked back to the bathroom and began to roll up sections of her long blonde hair. After getting ready, she enjoyed the breakfast delivered to her room. She called down to the front desk. "This is room 617, is my taxi here yet?" she asked. "Okay, I'm coming." She grabbed a matching hairscarf and her purse and hurried out the door. She quickly turned the "maid, please make up room" sign on her door, then scooted as fast as she could to the elevator door. "I thought I had planned enough time for myself," she felt rushed. 5, 4, 3, 2, oh no, the elevator is going to stop for someone on level 2, Melody had to calm herself while the elevator door slowly opened and purposefully for some other people to come in. A man stepped in. He was dark-skinned and wearing a white suit, carrying a black leather briefcase. "Good morning," he smiled at her. "Hi," she replied. The elevator descended to the main floor as Melody fairly flew out the doors. She hurried to the front desk. "Is my taxi still waiting?" she asked the attendant. "Yes, he's waiting over there," the hotel receptionist indicated with a sweeping of her hand. Melody hurried to the black and yellow cab outside the hotel entrance doors. Climbing in, she relayed the address of her classes. "Oh, that's about 10 blocks, miss, we'll be there in no time at all," the cabbie encouraged her. This was another East Indian cabbie. Melody remembered that she had never met any people from this culture during her growing up years in her small town of Woven, Manitoba. British Columbia had so many who had immigrated from India and Pakistan just as her Mennonite ancestors had done long ago. It was a sunny summer morning in Vancouver. The bright light shone on the glass windows of the tall high-rise towers to her right. Green trees dotted the pavement and passers-by were all busy walking somewhere. She heard the steam blow at Gastown's famous steam clock. Oh dear, she was supposed to be there now. Melody glanced at her wristwatch. "Here we are, miss," the cab pulled over to the curb. "That'll be $5.50, please," the cabbie extended an open hand. Melody gave him the money with a small tip, then opened her door to climb out. She looked up at the immense height of the Education Awareness Building. Wow! She thought as she hurried to one of the main entrance doors and pushed through its revolving doors. Taking her address paper in her hand, She rushed to the elevator and read, "Room 239 on the 16th floor." She went in with a few others and pushed the number 16 button. As she turned around, Melody was surprised to see the same man who had been in her hotel elevator again in this one with her. He also looked surprised. "Hello again," he smiled. She noticed his bright white teeth contrasting against his dark skin. "They rode you the floors in a whiz much faster than the Sandman's elevator." The doors opened swiftly and room number 239 was right in front of her. The man in the white suit walked ahead of Melody and opened the door. "Are you also taking this class?" he inquired. "Yes, I am." Melody was surprised. "I work at Pacific Western Airlines at Western Lake," she added. "I also work for PWA," he said, "but here in the city of Vancouver. I am a baggage handler at present, but I hope to upgrade my position with this course." They began conversing in a friendly manner. The classroom was filled with computers and students were already lined up at their desks. "Right this way, please, my name is Ms. Wilson." An older woman looked at them over her glasses. "And you are," she continued. "Melody Wolf. I hope I'm not late." Melody extended her hand. Just in time, Ms. Wilson shook her hand quickly. "You can take the next two computers." "My name is Brent Austin," the man in the white suit introduced himself. He followed after Melody and sat down at the computer next to hers. "All right class," Ms. Wilson commanded, "I believe everyone is now here. On behalf of Pacific Western Airlines Education Department, I would like to welcome each of you here. Let's get down to work. We have a full day ahead of us. Now, how many of you are currently using computers at your job?" A few hands went up. "I see that although it is 1979, most of you are not, so we will have to begin at the beginning. Your screens are open, so please move your cursor up to the PWA icon and double-click on 2 to open the DOS program." Ms. Wilson began teaching the basics of computers to her students. Melody was intrigued with the how-tos. She had learned how to type in high school and had learned how to use the teletype machine at work in Western Lake. Computers were just coming on site to replace many of the old machines. Time seemed to whiz by as the teacher showed her students one technique after another. "We'll stop for a half-hour lunch now, class." Ms. Wilson broke in. "There is a food court on the 7th floor of this building, so let's all take a break, shall we?" Melody stood up from her chair and took a big stretch. Brent was watching her. "Would you like to join me for lunch?" he invited. Melody looked around and saw the group was a good mix of men and women. "All right, let's join the others," she smiled. They began to trickle out of the door and move en masse to the elevators. The food court had a variety of ethnic and fast food choices. "Do you enjoy Polynesian food?" Brent asked her. "Yes, I do," Melody answered. "My husband and I have been to Hawaii and I really loved the fresh pineapple on everything. I'm from Fiji and I find that it is the closest thing to my home style of cooking here. Unless you are invited to a Fijian home for traditional cooking, that is," Brent added. "What is the difference in the food style?" Melody was interested. "It's the spices mainly, and some of the meat as well as the way we cook it." They were standing in line at the Polynesian Palace buffet. "I'll have combo number 3, Melody ordered. "I will have the number 4, Brent ordered after her. "Oh, let me please," Brent waved away her wallet as she was opening it to pay for her meal. Although she felt a bit uncomfortable about letting Brent pay for her food, she allowed it. They went to sit down with their trays at one of the many small round tables surrounded by silk-potted trees. Other groups of students from their computer class were all around them, so Melody relaxed. She bowed her head, as was her habit, and said a silent prayer of thanks for the food. She looked up to see Brent watching her. "I am from Fiji, you must be a born Canadian?" Brent queried. "Well, yes, I was born in Manitoba," Melody proceeded to tell him a little of herself. They chatted back and forth when Melody began to feel strange electricity between them. It was as if they had known each other as friends before this. It was nice to have someone to talk to who asked so many questions about her and paid her so much attention. Then the lunch break was over and they all headed back to class. Brent pulled out Melody's chair in a kind act of chivalry. The afternoon classes went by as swiftly as the morning. The only difference was that Melody looked up now and then and seemed to notice what Brent was doing. He was also glancing her way in between his typing. He noticed how pretty she looked. After the day of classes were over, the students picked up their things. Brent leaned over towards Melody. "Do you have any plans for supper this evening?" he smiled at her. "I was just going to go to my room at the hotel and maybe watch a movie on my TV tonight," Melody said. "Well, since we are staying at the same hotel, would you like to join me for supper in the restaurant there?" "I don't know," Melody hesitated. She was thinking that Richard wouldn't want her to do that. "You don't have to worry about me, I'm not dangerous," Brent coaxed. "Well, I do have to eat, I guess so," Melody agreed gingerly. He opened the classroom door for her and they took the elevator down. Once again they shared a taxi and soon were at the hotel. "You know, it's a beautiful evening, how about a walk before supper?" Brent offered. "All right, I'll go and get my runners," Melody went ahead, "be right back." Brent sat down on the lounge area in the foyer area of the Sandman Hotel. Sure is one pretty lady, he thought. Too bad she is married. Melody came down in a few minutes. She had changed into a long green skirt and a cream-colored tank top with cool leather sandals instead of runners. She had a light shawl around her shoulders. "This is more comfortable for a summer evening," she explained. Brent whistled approvingly. Melody felt that strange electricity on her skin once again. She was feeling a bit guilty, but she told herself, it was just a harmless visit with a fellow classmate. Brent offered her his arm as they walked down the street. Looking in the windows of the colorful trendy Vancouver shops was fun. They meandered along until they came to the railway station restaurant. "That looks interesting," Melody commented. Their menu posted outside listed a lot of seafood choices. "Would you enjoy eating here instead of back at the hotel?" Brent asked. "I love seafood, especially king crab legs," Melody replied. "Well, let's go in then." Brent walked up the metal rail car steps and turned the brass handle of the door. They stepped into a cozy rail car which looked like a scene right out of an Agatha Christie movie. The waitress escorted them to a table covered with a white linen cloth next to the window. There was a small lamp glowing and a menu tucked beside it. The formal waiter came with a folded napkin on his arm and began to recite the evening's offerings with a distinct French accent. It all sounded very gourmet. "The lady would like the king crab legs," Brent ordered for her. Melody blushed. She felt as though this was too much like a date that she had no business being on. "Would you like some wine with your meal?" the waiter continued after taking down all the vegetable details. "Just a glass of your White House wine," Melody replied. "I'll have one too," Brent added. "So tell me about your life back at Western Lake. Do you and your husband own a house?" Brent was making conversation. "No, we are renting an apartment, we've only been married for 3 years," Melody knew she was talking too much. "I was also married for a few years," Brent offered surprisingly. "What happened?" Melody was shocked. "I don't know, we were just arguing all the time, and in front of our son too," Brent answered. "You have a child?" "Yes, a little boy. Leroy is 4 years old now, but I hardly get to see him. Just on some weekends." Brent looked sad. "That must be so hard," Melody was sympathetic. "It is, but at least we can see each other." "Does your ex-wife live here in the city?" Melody felt she was prying. "No, she lives in Abbotsford, a couple of hours' drive. I usually take a bus out and then Leroy and I go to a nearby hotel." Sometimes I take him back to Vancouver. Brent felt relieved to share his story. Is there a chance that you and your wife might get back together? Melody asked. She had a gift for asking too many questions. I can't see that happening anytime soon as she has another guy in her life now, Brent answered her. Say, here comes our food. He changed the topic. The male waiter in a short waistcoat was balancing a large silver platter of steaming dishes while another waiter followed with a small round table to put it on. He began to serve their salads already dressed, then a basket of fancy warm rolls, 2 giant goblets of white wine were poured in front of them. Melody and Brent continued their conversation while enjoying bites of food from the platters of seafood, melted butter, and rice pilaf. It was a delicious meal. After a dainty dessert and a cup of espresso coffee they were totally satisfied. They lingered over the hot coffee cups. Melody noticed the evening had grown dark outside. I should probably go back to the hotel now, she said. Richard will be waiting for a call. Tomorrow is going to be another heavy day of classes. Yes, I agree. Brent waved his hand to the waiter. Check please, he commanded. They slipped out of the leather bench seating and walked out of the railway car. Retracing their steps back to the Sandman Hotel, they were soon outside the doors. I think I'll stop in the gift shop and get a book to read. Brent walked away. Thank you for the lovely supper, I enjoyed the conversation too. Melody said. She walked towards the elevator door and was somewhat relieved that Brent had excused himself. She decided not to mention this to Richard when she called him because she knew he might be jealous. It was innocent enough, she persuaded herself, but deep inside her conscience she knew it wasn't quite. We've gotta work things a lot harder. Temptra complained to Freya as the elevator doors closed behind Melody. We haven't got a lot of time to get this thing done. Well, don't blame me. Freya's foul breath was no laughing matter as the yellow sulphurous cloud enveloped Temptra's face. The two demos had been hanging around Melody and Brent ever since they met in the elevator that morning. They had done everything to make sure the timing was just right and even sent bolts of electrical attraction around their bodies to help coax a sinful nature. Lord Dark is going to blame both of us if we don't get this thing wrapped up soon, and you know he'll skin us alive if we fail him. Freya was remembering the awful sight of agony when Lord Dark had done just that to one of their fellow demons recently. He enjoyed every minute of the tearing flesh and the painful screaming till the demon was nothing but shreds in his claws. Get Derma in on the act tonight and make sure they both have some memorable dreams to help move things in the right direction tomorrow, Temptra directed. Good idea, I'll get right on it. Freya blew off in a puff of smoke. After a good night call to Richard, Melody turned out the lights and pulled her covers up tightly around her face. She felt really beat. But her mind decided to wander. She kept thinking about the events of the day, especially this new man, Brent. She relived the time they had spent together. I sure wish Richard would be as interested in the things that I am interested in as Brent seems to be. He is always working so hard and wrapped up in his hobbies that I feel neglected. Yeah, that's it. Derma was pointing his black withered fingers at Melody's head and filling her thoughts with negative ideas about her husband Richard. Too bad she wasn't smart enough to cut him off and stop entertaining these demonic ideas. Finally, Melody fell asleep, but the thoughts just turned into dreams which kept going and going all night. She dreams that she was living on a tropical island. She was walking on a beach holding hands with a man, but the man wasn't her husband, it was Brent, the guy from Fiji. The next morning Melody woke up with the alarm. She didn't feel rested at all. She felt restless. She hurried to get dressed and ready for the day. In her heart of hearts she was anticipating visiting with Brent Austin again. She wasn't disappointed because he seemed to be waiting for her in the classroom. He even pulled out her hair for her. This was noticed by the female student sitting next to Melody, who raised her eyebrows questioningly. In fact, all week, every day, Brent and Melody spent more and more time together, talking and getting to know each other. Finally the week was over. It was the last day of computer training class with Pacific Western Airlines. Ms. Wilson handed out certificates of achievement to each student. "You have all done well, class," she commended them. "I will give your bosses a good report of your efforts. I trust this will be the beginning of a better career and that it will serve you well as you advance with our company. Let's go out and celebrate our graduation tonight," Brand suggested as they were leaving. "It's my last night here and I have to catch the plane back early tomorrow morning," Melody was making an excuse. She felt that she was beginning to have feelings for Brand that she, a married woman, ought not to have. She didn't quite trust herself anymore. "Oh, come on, there is a snazzy little disco on Talmar Street not far from this hotel," Brand pleaded. "How about a little dancing?" Melody, against her better judgment, allowed herself to be persuaded. They had to take a taxi over and descended the steps into a mirage of bright revolving lights and dark corners. The dance floor was a maze of lighted squares flashing different colors and the volume of the disco music was intense. "You have to be deaf to listen to this music," Melody shouted. They sat down at a little table and a waitress came right over to take their order. "A banana daiquiri for me," Melody said. "I'll have a pint of beer," Brand added. Melody could feel the beat of the music pounding in her chest. There was a mass of bodies churning on the dance floor. Melody watched as one couple in particular seemed to really know how to move together. "They must have learned that from Saturday Night Fever," she chatted to Brand, "you know, the movie with John Travolta. Would you like to dance?" Brand was standing up and offering her his hand. "I guess I could give it a try." Melody accepted the invitation. She felt eyes staring at them as they moved onto the dance floor. "I guess a blonde with a dark Fijian is a bit of a contrast," she thought. "Well, no one knows me here." Melody let herself go to the beat of the music. Now the disco rhythm became hypnotic. "Bad Girls, Beep Beep," Donna Summer's song was really hot on the radio just now. Talking about bad girls, Melody didn't get the hidden message. After dancing a while and a couple of drinks, Melody felt somewhat wobbly. "Let's get out of here, I can't breathe," she shouted over the din to Brand. He picked up her shawl and draped it around her shoulders. She took her shoulder bag purse and they headed back up the steps of the disco dungeon onto the cool pavement of Talmar Street. "I'd better be getting back to my room now," Melody was feeling cold now. "Okay, but you just have to see the beautiful Vancouver shoreline on the way back." Brand took her hand and drew her in another direction. And she let him, hold her hand that is. They walked down the older cobblestone sidewalks around a gas town area, then over a bridge, until they were at a portion of the shoreline. From here you could make out the piers of the Canada Centre and Trader Vic's famous restaurant. The sun had almost set, just a few wisps of pink and coral were left in the darkening sky. "I feel tired and my feet are sore," Melody complained sitting down on the grassy edge of the beach. Brand plopped down beside her. "You know I wish you were available, Melody." "What do you mean?" She looked at him with her big green eyes. Was he going to say what she had been secretly thinking and feeling very guilty about? "Well, you know I'm divorced and I've been feeling very lonely lately. If you weren't taken I would want to start a relationship with you. We seem to have so much in common." "Don't talk like that, Brent," Melody responded. "Why don't you just try and get back with your wife?" "There's no hope for that now, she is with someone else," Brent said. "Oh." Melody looked away at the distant shore. The evening lights were getting brighter and brighter. In her mind Melody was thinking how alone she had also been feeling lately, with Richard spending so much of his time at the airport or on the radio control field with his buddies. They just didn't seem to have real date nights like they used to have. Suddenly Brent was leaning over her and brushing away some stray hairs from her face. "You know, Melody, you might never have a chance like the one you have tonight." Melody's face began to grow warm with a blush and the next thing she knew he was stroking the nape of her neck. "This isn't right. This isn't right." Her conscience was screaming inside her brain, but then he moved in and kissed her. She felt herself melt away from what was right and what was wrong. Finally, success and accomplishment. A group of demons were clapping themselves on their spiny backs. A red glow surrounded them and also fell on the sleeping couple in the hotel bed beside them. We sure had to work hard to get them to commit the sin of adultery, but now that it's done, their doom is a sure thing. Temptra rejoiced. Let's go and announce our victory to Lord Dark, he's waiting for our report. Hell yes. Let's go. Derma, Freya, and the others moved through the hotel walls and lifted out of the air outside. They saw the fading Vancouver skyline mist over as they slithered into their own realm to meet their master. Melody awoke with a start. Where was she? She looked to her side and suddenly the awful truth of had transpired hit her memory like a heavy brick. Oh, no, she moaned inwardly. What have I done? She saw the sleeping form of Brent beside her under the covers. She looked to the hotel curtains and noticed they were moving as though someone had just brushed by them. Then she felt a terrible icy cold shiver creep up her body. In fact, her whole body felt as cold as ice. There seemed to be an unseen fearful presence in the room. Wake up, Brent, she tried to jostle him and make him wake up. But he couldn't move, he wouldn't or couldn't wake up. If Melody could have seen with the eyes of her spirit, she would have seen her human breath coming out in icy puffs like when one is outside on a cold winter day. The entire room was coated with the frozen presence of the Master of Sin himself, Lord Dark. His blood-red eyes narrowed and he had a satisfied smirk rippling across his lips. This is only the beginning, my dear, he said, although she could not hear him. You're all mine now. And he began to laugh. How could Melody know that because of her terrible sin of adultery, she had started on a road of such pain, such trauma? She could not know now, but with the little life that had just been conceived within her, she would know soon. Chapter 6 Richard, I'm home. Melody dropped her suitcase and her bag on the tile entrance of their apartment. Richard came out of the kitchen, through the beaded curtain of the doorway, carrying a steaming tray. I baked us a pizza for supper. How was your trip? The classes were really intense, I think I learned a lot, and I'm glad to be back home. Melody didn't want to remember what really happened in Vancouver. Maybe if she just didn't think about it, it would go away and not be real, she thought to herself. Hey, there's a special documentary on F14's tonight. Richard was turning the television channel. I'd rather watch a movie, Melody commented. But Richard didn't seem to hear her as he chomped down on a piece of pepperoni pizza. Melody was sitting beside him but she didn't feel close to her husband. She took her pizza slice and nibbled at the end of it. Something felt different, she felt different, she felt guilty. Time went on. Melody threw herself into her job at PWA. She worked and worked at home too, cleaning her apartment, cooking and baking. She tried not to entertain her emotional side, just put things behind her. But, every now and then, Brent would communicate with her at work and that would set her off again. She felt like she was living a double life. She was. At night, she wasn't as cuddly with Richard as she used to be. He noticed too. What's the matter with you lately? Richard demanded. You never want to have sex anymore and you're so moody. I am not. Melody defended herself angrily. Why should I feel like having sex when you're never around? You're always working at the airport or doing something else important. You never have time for me anymore. She turned over in the bed as angry tears pricked her eyes. You're just a spoiled brat, Melody. I do everything I do for you, all my hard work is for both of us. Richard turned over on his side of the bed and they both gave each other the cold shoulder all night, punishing each other by deliberately choosing not to touch toe or body part. Things just got more and more miserable as the weeks went by. Then one day Melody looked at the calendar. That's funny, my period was due a couple of days ago, she thought to herself. She was very regular with her period and knew when to expect it like clockwork. Suddenly, a horrible possibility began to dawn on her. No, no, that couldn't be, she dismissed the idea, but it began to nag at her brain. Melody thought every day, today I'm going to have my period, but nothing happened. Finally, after 2 weeks of sweating bullets, she decided she would have to go and see her doctor. She couldn't get an appointment for another week. Then finally, the appointed day arrived. Dr. Belmont was a youngish man with dark curly hair and a dark complexion. "Right this way, young lady, just give your urine sample to Nurse Thompson and we'll do the test." Melody was directed into a cold, sterile bathroom. She sat down on the toilet and proceeded to get the sample as directed. This was embarrassing, it was messy, but necessary. She had to know. Deep inside her mind she already knew, she just didn't know what to do about it. If she really was pregnant, she wouldn't be able to hide it from Richard because Brent was Fijian and the baby would most likely have dark skin like he did. After giving the sample to the nurse, Melody went back into the doctor's office to wait for the result. Dr. Belmont came in with an open chart in his hand. "We've done the test," he announced, smiling at her, "and I'd like to congratulate you, Melody, you're going to be a mother." "Oh no, no, no." Melody put her face in her hands and began to moan, then she started to cry outright, hot tears streaming down her cheeks. "Why, what is the matter, dear?" Dr. Belmont came and put his hand on her shoulder. "I know it must be a shock, but surely you and your husband will be happy about it in time." "No, we won't be happy," Melody sniffled, "there's something he doesn't know, and when he does, he won't be happy." She finished. Dr. Belmont removed his comforting hand from her shoulders. His facial feature formed into a frown and he tapped his forehead. "Oh, no," he thought to himself, "not another one." "Is there something you want to tell me, Melody?" he coaxed, handing her some Kleenex. She began to twist the tissues in her fingers until they were just a tightly wrapped wet mess. "Yes," he thought to himself, "it must be another one." Melody brokenly told her doctor the awful truth about her affair and that she would not be able to hide the paternity from Richard because the child would look dark-skinned. "All right, Melody," Dr. Belmont was writing something down on her chart. "I see that you are between a rock and a hard place. So I am going to offer you an abortion for this pregnancy. But you will have to get the signature of agreement from your husband in order for us to proceed. We will give you a therapeutic abortion as soon as possible. You are 11 weeks along today." His voice began to fade out of Melody's hearing as the word, abortion, kept repeating itself in her mind. An abortion, 11 weeks, therapeutic. Melody took the form Dr. Belmont handed to her at the door. His demeanor seemed to have changed since she told him what had happened to her. She walked mechanically out of the hospital, across the grounds, and to her apartment, which was just a short distance away. What was she going to do? How could she tell Richard? Her whole life was falling apart at the seams. After spending a sleepless night tossing and turning, Melody decided to call her best friend Elsa and share her terrible secret. "There is no one at the church I can talk to," she thought to herself. "I can't tell my parents or anyone because they will all be so ashamed of me and it will ruin their lives. Elsa, can I come over for tea?" Melody was calling her friend on the phone. She started to sound tearful. "What's the matter with you?" Elsa had noticed a change in her friend in the past few weeks. Ever since she had come back from Vancouver she had not been her usual bubbly self. "Sure, just come on over. I'll put on a pot of red zinger tea for us." Melody took a sweater off the hook, her shoulder purse, and the car keys. She got into her little green gremlin, turned the key and it sputtered into life. Not paying much attention to the road, Melody had a near miss as she left the stop sign for 18th Street. The other driver honked his horn and yelled obscenities out his truck window. By the time she was walking up her friend's steps, Melody was falling apart. Elsa's eyebrows flew up when she saw her broken friend sobbing at her door. "Hey honey, What's the matter? Come in and sit down. Elsa helped her friend to her kitchen table and lifted the tea cozy from her funny-faced teapot. She began to pour a steaming mug of savory brew in front of Melody's drooping face, spooned in some honey and offered it to her friend. Summing up her courage, Melody forced herself to relate the events of the past couple of months to her best friend. Elsa listened, wisely choosing not to interrupt until Melody finished sharing. That was easy to determine because she once again began to sob uncontrollably. "Oh, my friend," Elsa said soothingly. She gave Melody a hug. "How do you feel about this man Brent?" "I don't know." Melody sniffed. "Well, maybe you should think about that. It seems to me that he wants to make a new life with you. Perhaps you should consider whom you would rather be with. You have been complaining a lot about to Richard for a while. You say that he never has real time for you anymore. You know, you are very young, maybe you made the wrong choice when you married Richard." Melody looked up searchingly at her friend. She hadn't thought in that direction at all. "He is the father of your coming child," Elsa continued. "Maybe it was your destiny." She let those words hang in the air a while. "I don't know if I could do that," Melody responded. "My family and everyone would have to know too. They would all disown me." "Well, perhaps the abortion idea isn't such a bad one after all," Elsa said. "You only have so many choices, Melody." Melody went home feeling just as bad as before. She hadn't received any real help from her best friend other than having someone to pour out her story to. Maybe she should give Brent a call and tell him about the pregnancy. After an uncomfortable night of tossing and turning, Richard still didn't know what was the matter with his wife. Melody decided to give Brent a call while Richard was away at work and tell him the situation. "Hi Brent," Melody said when he answered his phone. "Oh, hi Melody, what a surprise to hear from you." Brent was friendly. "How is everything going?" "Not good, Brent." Melody began tentatively. "What? Are you all right?" Brent sounded concerned. "No, I've been feeling very badly lately. I'm nauseous in the morning and I cry a lot." "There," Melody had said it. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Brent let the hidden meaning of her words sink in. "You don't think, you're not pregnant?" "Yes." Melody finished his thought. "It's your baby, Brent." Time stood still as the silence lengthened on the line between them. "Are you sure it's mine?" he said. "Yes, I'm sure. I've done the math over and over again. Ever since we had that night together, things have not been the same between me and my husband. I'm positive it's yours." "Melody, you'll have to have an abortion." Brent said the words distinctly. "It's the only way out of this. I'll help pay for it." Melody's mind began to whirl. She felt sick all of a sudden. "I have to go, Brent. I don't feel well. I'll talk to you later." She hung up the phone devastated. She walked to the bathroom sink, bent over and splashed some cold water on her face. Looking up into the mirror, she thought, "Who am I? What have I done? My life is ruined." Melody went to lie down on the waterbed and closed her eyes. "God, I'm such a sinner, how can you ever forgive me now?" She began to weep. After a while she noticed their Bible lying on the night table. She decided to pen it. It just flopped open to a verse which read, "Bad friends, bad company, some of you shouldn't even call yourselves Christians." The verse seemed to get bolder and bolder as Melody stared at it. Then it looked like it became a neon sign. "I need to get some help." Melody got up and went to the kitchen. "I'm going to make a nice supper for Richard and tell him what is going on with me. It is not fair to keep things going like this." She opened the fridge door and took out a chicken she had purchased the day before. It was fresh and unfrozen. She turned the oven on to 350 degrees, put the bird in a roaster and in to bake. Then she got a bowl full of potatoes from the sack. She just kept on cooking until she had prepared a full chicken supper. The table was all set and ready for Richard when he came home from work. I don't know how I'm going to get through this. Melody was beginning to feel ill again. She hurried to the bathroom and fell on her knees beside the toilet to throw up. Then she heard Richard coming in the front door. "Smells good. What's cooking?" Richard poked his head in the bathroom. "Hey, are you sick?" "Yeah, kinda." Melody responded weakly. "Supper is all ready, just wash up and let's eat, okay?" She washed her face and hands with bar soap. She looked down at the white foam lather on her hands. "How will I ever be clean again?" she thought to herself. She dried up with a towel. They both sat down to supper. Richard said the grace. Melody folded her hands, but she felt like such a hypocrite. "Some of you shouldn't even call yourselves Christians." The words from the Bible scripture repeated themselves in her mind. "So what's the matter, Melody? Have you got the flu?" Richard made conversation while relishing his chicken dinner. "I wish it was that simple," Melody thought in response. "No, it's not the flu," she stated aloud. "I went to the doctor the other day and he gave me a test." Richard was holding a big spoon of steaming mashed potatoes in mid-air. "What kind of test?" "A pregnancy test." "You're kidding." "Melody." Richard's face registered shock. Then he began to smile. "You're pregnant?" "Yes, I am," Melody said quietly, looking down at her lap. "That's great, honey. Is that why you've been so impossible these past few weeks? Is it a hormone thing or something?" Melody didn't respond. "Aren't you happy about it?" he pressed. "Well, we weren't planning to pregnant right now," Melody answered slowly. "I'm not sure I'm ready to be a parent." She began to twist her napkin just like she had done in the doctor's office. "It sure is a surprise," Richard retorted. "It'll just take us a while to get used to the idea." "I don't think I will get used to it, Richard. I'd rather wait to have a family till later. We've only been married a few years and we're still so young," she reasoned. "But, there's nothing we can do about it, Melody." "Yes, there is." Melody looked at Richard and saw his smile fade and his dark brown eyes grow wide. "You don't mean?" "The doctor said he could give me an abortion." Melody finished the sentence. Richard looked hurt and angry. He dug into his chicken and potatoes with force. He didn't look up for a long while. "I can't believe you could even think of such a thing," he almost yelled as he stood up, scraping the chair back loudly. He stomped off and went upstairs. Melody waited a few minutes looking at her untouched food. She had absolutely no appetite for this terrible discussion. She finally forced herself to go upstairs and found Richard sitting on the edge of their bed with his eyes red-rimmed. "I have to tell you something," Melody forced herself, then finally said the words from hell. "It's not your baby." Richard's head snapped back as though she'd slapped him. His face turned a deep shade of red and he began to shake. "What did you say?" Melody was trembling too. She didn't repeat the words. Richard saw the awful truth in her face and as the realization sunk in he fell beside the bed on his knees. "Oh God, oh God!" he cried. Through his tears he said, "You were the only thing that was mine and not you're not." His tears fell and fell. It seemed like everything had frozen into a sculpture and time stood still. Finally, Richard turned around to face Melody. His eyes narrowed as he said, "You're going to have to choose between the baby and me." Melody knew he meant it. She had been giving it a lot of thought for a while. Although she had feelings for Brent, she did not want to give Richard up, the man she had married and loved from her youth. "The doctor said you should sign this release form and then they will do the abortion." Melody pulled a paper from her dresser drawer and offered it to Richard. "I'm not signing anything." Richard almost spat out the words. "I wash my hands of it," he continued angrily. He stalked out of their bedroom and almost ran down the stairs. Melody heard the front door slam shut and then their car started up. He was going somewhere, away from her. She went downstairs too with the release form still clutched in her hand. Then she took a pen from a desk and sat down and wrote a name on the paper: Richard Wolfe. Chapter 7. A few days passed after that terrible night. Time seemed meaningless. Melody felt as though she wasn't living her old life, she was someone else living in someone else's body, and it was a nightmare. After forging her husband's signature on the release form to have a therapeutic abortion at the Western Lake General Hospital, she finally took courage and walked to the reception area to hand-deliver it. The receptionist was laughing about something as she talked with a coworker. Melody stood at the desk waiting for help. Finally, she turned her way. "Can I help you?" she smiled. "My doctor asked me to bring this form in." Melody handed her the carefully folded paper. The lady opened it and a frown crossed her face. She looked at Melody with a seemingly sympathetic expression and said, "We will contact you with a date for surgery as soon as it is decided." With that, Melody turned away and walked slowly back to her apartment. Within a few days the telephone rang announcing the results. "Hello, this is the Western Lake Hospital calling for Melody Wolfe. Is this Melody?" "That is me," Melody said quietly. She was glad the call came during the day when she was alone in the apartment. "Is this Melody Wolfe?" the hospital representative insisted. "Yes," Melody repeated. "Okay, Mrs. Wolfe, we have you slated for a therapeutic abortion on Friday, November 15th at 10 a.m. We are mailing you a sheet of instructions to prepare yourself. Please do not eat or drink anything after 6 p.m. the night before surgery. If everything goes as planned, you can leave within 3 to 6 hours post-surgery. Thank you." The line clicked dead, not waiting for a response from her. Melody was still holding the receiver in her hand and thinking about what would happen 10 days from today. She didn't talk to Richard about the upcoming surgery. In fact, they didn't speak about the situation again since that first horrible night. Richard made sure to work extra overtime hours instead of going home because he didn't want to face his wife. He alternated from extreme anger at her and a desire to go and find this guy that had impregnated his young wife and shoot him dead with his .22 shotgun. How could she do this to him? Who was she anyway? He felt he didn't know her at all. No, it was better not to think about it and just keep his hands in the guts of the aircraft engine. "Turn the music louder, Willie," Richard commanded. He didn't want to hear his thoughts playing in his head. "Having my baby, what a wonderful way of saying how much you love me. Having my baby, wouldn't make you keep it, wouldn't put you through it, you could have swept it all away, but you wouldn't do it, no you wouldn't do it, and you're having my baby, do. The lyrics on the current popular hit song were taunting him. "Shut that music off," Richard yelled at Willie. "What's the matter with you, man? First you want it on and then you want it off." Willie rubbed his greasy hands on his coverall legs and shaking his head from side to side walked back into the hangar to turn the radio off. Finally, it was the day before her scheduled abortion. Melody had read the medical instructions thoroughly. It all seemed so matter-of-fact, so impersonal. There were no real details about what it would be like. Just a lot of medical legalese and mumbo-jumbo that didn't mean much to her. She was supposed to be at the hospital at 7 a.m. for prep even though the surgery was only slated for 10. That night, while soaking in a hot bath, Melody wished she could talk to someone. But she was alone. After drying off, she crawled under the cold covers alone. Richard was still working late at the airport. She knew she could tell no one because it would risk her personal privacy and reputation, not to mention Richard's. No one would want to talk to her about this anyway. If her family knew back home, they would be so ashamed of her. Salty tears began to roll silently down her cheeks. "Oh God, where are you? I'm such a mess, I feel so alone, so guilty." She laid her cold hands on her warm abdomen, just underneath her belly button. After a long while she whispered, "I'm so sorry little one, but I just can't keep you." Deep inside Melody's womb, a tiny hand thrust a minute finger into a wee mouth. A serene little face with closed eyes connected to a miniature body which wiggled gently in a salty sea of warm water, much like the warm waterbed mattress under the giant body surrounding her. The miraculous fusion of sperm and egg weeks ago had quickly erupted into countless cells, forming an embryo and then a fetus. At 13 weeks gestation this being was only 3 inches long, yet was totally formed. If Melody could have peered into the aquarium scene through a window beneath her belly button, she would have been amazed at the transparent body of her forming baby. It revealed a living, pulsating heart with rapid unheard heartbeats. Electronic brain waves were flashing back and forth like lightning in her little brain. She sensed that something was making her feel insecure, even afraid. Joseph stood beside the sleeping form of his charge. His right wing was stretched across the lower half of Melody's body. Ebony felt warmth penetrating her very spirit and the fear in her little heart melted away. She listened to the familiar strains of music from that heavenly place she'd once known. Joseph, the angelic protector, knew things were about to get worse. Father anted to comfort the innocent one named Ebony before her final suffering. Her mother lay curled up in a fetal position with dry tear streaks staining her flushed cheeks. "The consequences of sin is death, but I came so that you might have life. Choose life then, so that you and your descendants might live," the Holy Scripture resonated in Joseph's heart. "Melody, it's not too late to change your mind, please Father, help me stop the devil's plan, he prayed silently. "It is her choice, I gave her that freedom at her creation." The father answered in response, and Joseph noted the distinct sadness in his voice. The next morning dawned sunny at 6 a.m. Melody was awake with the first light of dawn. She felt a cramp in her stomach. Sitting up in bed she looked over at the sleeping form of Richard under a pile of covers. "Why is it so sunny outside when I feel so dark inside?" Melody thought to herself. "I hate this day." She went downstairs and opened the back door to the back porch. A big, furry tabby cat was sitting there with a torn bag of wet garbage which had been left out for 2 days. Meow. The tabby looked up at Melody as if to say, "Can I have some milk with my breakfast?" What a torn mess. Melody pushed the cat away with her bare foot. "Shoo. Go cat. Why did you make me such a mess?" Melody didn't realize that this was a picture premonition of the torn mess that was soon to happen in her day. After drinking a small glass of milk to soothe her aching stomach, Melody went to her room. She opened a drawer and took out a pair of jeans and a loose navy shirt. She dressed quickly and went quietly to the bathroom to wash and do her hair, deciding to twist it into 2 long braids so that it would be out of the way during the surgery. Somehow, the time passed and at 6:45 a.m. Melody donned a warm jacket and left the apartment. Richard was still fast asleep. Melody would have to face this all alone. She walked the short distance over a small park and then onto the pavement of the Western Lake General. Then she was there, announcing her presence to the receptionist. It only took a couple of minutes for the nurse to come and invite her to follow her to a small green room with a light pink curtain pulled aside to reveal a single bed. "Put you clothes on a pile on this chair," the nurse indited where, "then put that nightgown on with the opening to the front." She left and closed the door behind her decidedly. Melody did as she was told and laid down on the bed. She felt so cold, so she pulled the thin knitted hospital blanket up over her body. After a while a different nurse returned. She was older and had a grumpy expression on her face as she looked Melody over. Then, without a word, she sat down and yanked the rubber band ends of her braids almost violently. "You can't have that nail polish on for the surgery," she retorted. Taking out a cotton swab and some alcohol remover from a cupboard on the wall she said, "Take it off." Melody obliged, feeling hurt at the sour attitude of this woman. She waited for what seemed an eternity till 2 more nurses came in with a special rolling kind of bed. "Climb up here," a brunette instructed. Melody swung her legs over and got into a very narrow bed. Then she was being rolled through the door and down a hall, around corners until finally they put her on the side of a hall next to big double doors with a sign that read, "Do not enter surgery, sterile." She stared at the ceiling as she waited. The bright ceiling lights shone down into her dilated pupils. Finally, a man came out of the surgery room wearing a green face mask till his nose and a cap with an elastic around his head. All she could see were his dark green eyes which matched his green scrubs. He bent over Melody. "Don't worry, honey, this will all be over very soon," he said in a calming voice. "I am the anesthesiologist for you today." Melody wanted to ask him some questions, but nothing came out. He patted her arm reassuringly as he took the bed and began to wheel it into the surgery. Then, she was surrounded by strangers, all in the same kind of clothing. They looked like a circle of green alien beings. Someone put a needle into Melody's arm and told her to count backwards from 10. 10, 9, she barely began, and that was all she remembered. Joseph continued to bring comfort to wee Ebony as long as he could until there was no return with the progressing abortion. Ebony felt something like a wave and a prick of light shone into the warm amniotic fluid around her, then a long, hard edge began to move sharply back and forth inside her safe place. Trying to keep out of its way, Ebony wanted to scream, but her tiny mouth was frozen in shock as the knife edge grasped her delicate leg and a horrible yank ripped it from her tiny body. Outside lay the body of her mother Melody, unconscious to the whirring sound of the suction machine drowning out every other noise. The doctor intently and methodically continued scraping his instrument back and forth as a pink mulching substance began to flow through the clear attached tube. Then, the substance became decidedly red and lumpy sounds added to the sucking, swallowing vacuum. The two nurses who were assisting Dr. Belmont wore a grim expression behind their masks. Especially on the face of the brunette nurse who had helped Melody during prep. "Why do I have to be a part of this again?" Bernice thought angrily to herself. "These foolish young people screwing around and getting themselves into trouble, and then I have to help them have the procedure. What would my pastor think if he knew?" There were far too many abortions since the Roe v. Wade decision in the United States in 1973. More and more every week. If a person refused to go along with it, they could lose their job. Whatever happened to the doctor's oath, first do no harm, therapeutic abortion indeed. Joseph was there when the tiny spirit of Ebony lifted up and melted through the fleshly womb of her mother. A giant hand appeared and scooped her up gently, then whisked her into the safety of another realm. Melody woke up hours later in a recovery room. The blind was pulled and a dim light glowed above her head. Their 1 and 4 hooked up in her hand. She felt pain in her bottom and then she remembered. There was a thick pad stuck between her legs and attached with strings to her hips and buttocks. She was wearing a cotton hospital gown and laying on her side covered with blankets. After a while a nurse came in to check on her. "How are you feeling now?" she asked. "My head feels kinda heavy," Melody said thickly. "That is the after effect of the anesthetic," the nurse explained as she checked the bleeding on Melody's pad and then her pulse. "I'll send Dr. Belmont in to see you and then you can leave soon." The doctor came in shortly carrying her chart. Melody looked up into his face and asked, "Doctor, can I see my baby?" She had the idea that even though an abortion had taken place, there would be a small body to see. "No, that's not possible." Dr. Belmont looked surprised at her question. "We have sent parts of it off to Kamloops for testing." "Parts? What do you mean parts?" Melody tried to understand his meaning. No one had explained the abortion procedure to her. She did not know what had really happened to her or to the preborn child. The doctor gave no further explanation. "You can leave in an hour or so, as soon as you feel up to sitting," he went on. "Watch for any heavy bleeding and take it easy for a few days." He left the room. Melody began to think about the word, parts, and it was a repetitive ringing in her ears. Richard knew what had happened to his wife that morning. He had known from the moment she got up before he did. He simply stayed in bed with his eyes closed. He was trying to pray, but it seemed that heaven was brass. After she left, he had forced himself to go to work, but even though he tried, he might as well have stayed at home for all the work he accomplished. Deep down in his heart he felt as though he was somehow a part of this. But that's not true, he argued with his conscience. She got herself into this mess. It's not my fault. The hours ticked by. He called the hospital to ask when Melody Wolf was ready to leave. "Are you the husband?" the nurse queried. "Yes, I am," Richard said. "She's ready to leave now," the nurse told him. "You can come and pick her up anytime." He left work quickly and headed down the winding mountain road into town. As Richard walked the cold, tiled floors of the hospital halls, he felt a coldness in his heart. He tried not to think. He came to room 343 and pushed open the door. There she was, lying with her back to him under a thin blanket. "Melody," he asked softly. She moaned and he walked closer. "They say you are ready to go home now." Melody opened her eyes and looked at him. Something caught in Richard's throat as he looked in her eyes. There was a change there. She looked like a tortured little bird. "Oh, what have I allowed?" Richard asked himself in sudden remorse. "You haven't done anything," another voice cut in as quickly, the thought passed. "That's right. I haven't. It's all over now, we'll just get on with our lives." He consoled himself. He helped Melody sit up on the side of her bed. She was already dressed, so he put her jacket over her shoulders and helped her find her shoes. Then, leaning heavily on his arm, he walked her out of the hospital. She was pale, looking down as they went across the parking lot. That night as Melody slept beside him, Richard knew they had had a turning point in their marriage. He was determined to forget about this tragedy and go on with his life. Melody slept fitfully. She was dreaming about the little baby she had said goodbye to the other night. Then, in her dream she heard the word, parts. She woke up with a start. It was dark, she felt the pad between her legs and she knew it wasn't just a dream, it was true. She really had had an abortion. At that moment, Melody decided to build a big wall around her emotions and her heart to protect herself. She simply wouldn't think about it anymore. The next few days melted into weeks. Melody felt as though she was living in a haze. Nothing really penetrated into her thoughts. She was unattached, unemotional, just about her daily duties as a matter of routine. Deep down inside her heart a boil of anger festered. Richard had told her she had to decide between the baby and him. She had decided to keep her marriage. So the boil was made up of blaming Richard for forcing her into an abortion. The boil was red, festering, it burned in her stomach making it feel sour, but on the surface Melody acted cool, no worries. One day the phone rang. RRRRRRRRNG. RRRRRRRRRNG. "I'm coming," Melody wiped her wet hands across her apron. She went to pick up the phone attached to a long curled cord. "Hello." "Hi. It's me." Melody knew that voice. Her heart sank. "Oh, hi Brant." "Long time no talk," Brant said lightly. "Yes, it's been a while." Melody didn't help move things along. "Yeah, I'm sorry I haven't called sooner." Brant swallowed the big lump in his throat. "I've been doing a lot of thinking." He paused and when Melody didn't say anything he went on, "I felt really bad about what you told me the last time, Melody, and I finally got up the courage to talk to my parents about it." "Guess what?" "What?" Melody couldn't help herself. "My parents said they would be willing to raise the baby so you don't have to have that abortion." Melody. "Whew." He'd said it, it was out. "Oh." Melody's voice seemed almost gone. "It's too late, Brent." "What do you mean?" Brent asked. "I mean, it's over, I had the abortion, there is no baby anymore." Brent heard the sadness in her voice. Oh, I'm sorry, I guess I took too long to call you back. Yes, I guess you did. Melody's voice sounded bitter now. Goodbye, Brent. She hung up the phone. In Vancouver, Brent also hung up the payphone. He stood staring at it for a while as cold raindrops began to splash on the glass booth. Then the sound of a taxi horn woke him up and he left to return to his apartment. Brent decided to go visit his parents. He was depressed about the call to Melody and he knew going over might help. Hi, Mom. He walked in to see his mother standing at the stove stirring something. She was wearing one of her favorite floral printed muumuus from back home. The bright red hibiscus flowers stood out against the yellow background of the cotton fabric. Hi, son. Come on in. I'm just making a stew and it's almost done. Did you make it with leeks and cassava roots like in Fiji, Mom? Brent's mouth was watering wistfully. Yes, dear, nothing like our own ethnic recipes. If only we could get fresh mango like the tree we had in our backyard in Fiji. The tropical fruits we buy here in Vancouver aren't as big or ripe and just don't taste as good. I sure miss all our friends and family. I hope we can afford to fly home for a visit this year. Mom was scooping a big bowl of the steaming stew to offer to Brent. She turned around to see him sitting with his face between his hands at the kitchen table. What's the matter, son? Mom always knew his moods better than anyone. I finally got the nerve to make that call to Melody. Brent said with a sigh. There it was out. Oh, how did it go? Suni's eyebrows raised. She knew what her son was talking about. They had a close relationship. Well, it didn't go well, Mom, she said it was too late. Brent finished. I'm so sorry, dear. Suni sat down beside him and began to stroke his black wavy hair just like she used to do when he was a little boy. She didn't know what else to say. She had prayed so hard about this. Now it sounded like the young lady had gone through with the abortion. I don't know why I feel so bad. Brent said almost angrily as he stirred his stew. It's just that, a long tear began to trickle down his face, since Naomi left me with our son, I feel so lost and hopeless. The whole thing was a terrible mistake. Brent, you should make things right with Naomi. She needs you to be a husband to her and a father to your son. Why don't you go after her and ask her to forgive you? Suni counseled. What do you mean forgive me? Brent said indignantly. She is the one who cheated on me, remember? Yes, I remember, son. Suni shook her head sadly. Now look what you have done to this other woman's marriage. You have done exactly the same thing to her husband that your wife did to you. She hated to say it, but Brent must be made to see his wrong if there was any hope of him taking responsibility for his actions. That is not how your father and I raised you, son. We raised you to know the difference between right and wrong. I don't want to listen to this. Brent pushed his stew away. I came here because I thought you, of all people, would understand, Mom. Don't preach to me about your religion either because it's not mine, you know. I am a Fijian, Mom. Our ancestors had their own gods. I don't believe in the white man's Christian God. Brent almost spat the words out before he hurried out the door, slamming it carelessly. Suni put her head down on the table and wept for her son. Dear father, please help my son. Reveal yourself to him before it's too late, she prayed. Chapter 8 Melody went over in her mind about what Brent had offered. Imagine, his parents taking her baby and raising it. I don't think so. But, on the other hand, it was kind of them to consider it. I guess Brent must have really struggled with the pregnancy to go and tell his parents about it. Melody was looking at the calendar on the wall in the kitchen. My period was due yesterday. That's funny. I'm always so regular. A frown crossed her brow as she considered something. I've been giving in to having sex with Richard lately so that things can get back to normal. You don't think, no, that would be too soon, I mean it's just 2 months since the abortion. I'll probably have my period tomorrow. But there was no change the next day, or the next or the next. So, after a whole week of waiting for her period, Melody decided she would have to take another pregnancy test. This time I'm not going to see my doctor, she told herself. I'm going to do it myself. So she grabbed a parka from the hook behind the entrance door and headed out for a walk. It was a nice winter day, crisp and sunny, just the kind Melody liked. She breathed in the fresh cold air as she walked briskly down to the corner drugstore. A little bell rang above her head as she walked in. Debbie, the pharmacist assistant, was doing the till and welcomed her. Hi Melody, is there something I can help you with today? Melody knew her from church and she really didn't want to confide in her, but she had no choice. Well, it's a personal matter Debbie, I would like to buy a home pregnancy test. Debbie hid her surprise and said, of course, they're right on aisle 2 in the middle section. Melody walked to aisle 2 and found the section. Boy, there were quite a few to choose from. They all seemed to be about the same price. Reading the labels didn't seem to help, so she chose a couple and took them to the counter. What's the difference between these two? She asked Debbie. Not much really, just different companies. They work within a couple of minutes to detect the pregnancy hormone. Debbie answered her question. Okay, I'll take that one. Melody opened her purse and looked for her wallet. Debbie couldn't help herself. You and Richard must be so excited about the possibility. Melody didn't comment, but a pink flush was coming up in her cheeks. There were other people in the store and she just anted to get out of there. Debbie realized that she had overstepped herself and whispered, "Don't worry, I'll keep it to myself." That night while Richard was watching TV downstairs, Melody went up quietly and read the instructions on the package of the pregnancy test. I just need a small urine sample, she said to herself. After using a small paper cup, Melody opened the pink and white box and took out the test strip and instructions. She carefully dipped the strip into the yellow liquid and watched till it was soaked. Then she put it down on top of the cup to see what it would show. Nothing yet. The instructions said that it could take 3 minutes, and if it was positive there would be a plus sign come up, if it was negative a minus sign would show. Sweat began to break out in little droplets on her forehead. She was concentrating so hard that she hadn't heard Richard coming up the stairs. Hey, what are you doing there? He spoke behind her back. What? Melody whipped around with a scream of surprise. In so doing the little cup of urine went flying off the bathroom counter. Oh, what a mess! Melody cried. You shouldn't creep up on a person like that, Richard. Well, I was wondering where you were and what you were doing because things were so quiet. What was in the cup? He inquired. Melody had stooped down to pick things up and grabbed some toilet paper to wipe up the mess. It was then that she saw it. The test strip had moved too, there was a big blue plus sign on it. Melody's expression registered shock. Richard looked down to see what she was looking at. He saw the test strip and the packaging. He realized what she had been doing. You took a home pregnancy test, Melody? Melody nodded her head as her eyes began to well up with tears. Does this plus sign mean it's positive? Richard was looking over her shoulder at the little strip of paper. Yeah, that's what it means. Melody turned to see Richard's face. His eyes were big, then he stretched his arms and put them around Melody's shoulders. You are pregnant, honey. We're going to have a baby of our own. Melody couldn't say anything, she just began to cry. Unknown to Melody and Richard, a black shadow was hiding behind the shower curtain in the bathroom. Ronan had been listening with his big pointed ears that looked like two sharp knives jutting up from the sides of his black crippled face. Ronan was a minor demon that had been assigned to keep an eye on Melody since the great success of her abortion. Lord Dark had been delighted to hear about the terrible suffering of the tiny baby growing in Melody's womb just before it was ripped from safety to lose its wee life. Of course there would been a party to congratulate the group of demons who had personally worked through all the details of planning Melody's temptation to the affair in the first place. The plan was that all of this would destroy Melody and Richard's marriage, then further spill over to harm their families with divorce, pain, and suffering, to especially ruin any Christian reputations, and so on and so on. Ronan had been trying to get the message to his superiors that Melody and Richard seemed to be patching up their relationship. He was worried, but they hadn't paid him any attention, still gloating about their big reward from Lord Dark, namely new titles and moving up the demonic ranks. Now, he would have to fly over and tell them that Melody was pregnant again. This time it looked like the father was her husband. Terrible news that he just knew would land him numerous blows and painful spikes as they retaliated their anger all over his lumpy head. "Oh, no, 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 I don't want to go," Ronan whimpered disparagingly to himself. He knew he had no choice, so he gathered up his leathery wings and fluttered out the bathroom window on his way. The Prince of the Air, Lord Dark, was sitting regally on one of his thrones carved from the bones of many an adversary. It was overlaid with rich, satiny robes of red and black. In this realm things could change in an instant at the desire of Lord Dark. Huge black clouds billowed majestically behind him, creating a backdrop of immense power which was designed to threaten anyone witnessing the scene. Before him, throngs of worshipping demons bowed and prostrated themselves, raising a dirge of evil blessing that sounded like a multitudinous din in Ronan's ears. He had just arrived at the outer edge of the space and was inching his way forward fearfully when, suddenly, he felt the skin of his neck being grabbed in a powerful fist. Hadra picked up his puny body, lifting it into the air like a fly. "What do you think you're doing here, puke face?" he spewed. "You're supposed to be on the job with that pitiful little blonde woman, making her life pure hell." I had to come to tell the master some terrible news." Ronan spit the words out along with flecks of foam from his dry mouth. "What terrible news?" Hadra's yellow eyes narrowed menacingly as his grip tightened painfully on the lesser demon's hide. "The blonde woman, well, she's pregnant." Ronan tried to cover his face with his bony fingers just as Hadra's big claws began to rake against it. "Pregnant?" The demon's face contorted in rage. "What do you mean pregnant?" The loud din of tinny worship began to fade as those who'd heard the news turned their yellow bulging eyes in their direction. Then, an icy silence crept along the air. Lord Dark began to rise from his throne. Extending one long arm with a pointed jeweled finger, Lord Dark spoke. "You, come here." Hadra fell to his knees, still holding Ronan in one hand, and began to crawl towards the front of the space. "Now!" Lord Dark bellowed, and with his voice the two demons were catapulted forward like two little black beans hitting the floor in front of the master. "What did you say?" Lord Dark commanded. Hadra's eyebrows were glued to the top of his face as sweat began to pour off his wiry scalp. He said softly, "Lord, Master Dark, one of my minor demons has just arrived with a word that Melody Wolf, the little blonde woman, may be expecting again." He finished lamely. Lord Dark inhaled loudly. "You mean the woman who recently aborted, whose marriage is destroyed and whose family is being corrupted?" Lord Dark was seething through his blood-red lips. Hadra nodded as Ronan tried to curl up into as small a ball as possible. If only he could just vanish, he thought woefully. "Who else was on that mission?" Lord Dark asked. Hadra began to list the names: Gosma, Malo, Freya, Jalos, Regila. As the names rolled off his tongue, each of the demons named swiftly moved up to form a line in front of their master and kneel with eyes downcast. The entire company of demon worshippers was shaking in their boots too, knowing it was only a matter of time until a golden glint reflected on the chest of the last demon mentioned. Regila, the demon of religiosity. Lord Dark noticed it as he had recently honored this unholy bunch with new titles and recognition. "You have all failed," Lord Dark declared. "Failed in your mission to destroy one little blonde woman and her family. These Christians, the word tasted like sour lemon juice in his mouth, are a menace to my kingdom. Their God has surely circumvented our plan and allowed another one of their race to be conceived. This time it is the legitimate heir, the child of promise to their family. He shrieked. You must all be punished for your failure. As he said the terrible words, his arm supernaturally extended, one long nail on his right, jeweled index finger began to scrape along the chest of each demon. The golden metal which had so recently indicated new rank and title cut through to the demon's body. Thick rivulets of molten red liquid began to pour out of the hole and each demon began to scream unrelentingly. They were unable to contain their horrendous pain. Their cries had no effect for any hint of mercy from Lord Dark. The sound was so horrible and so loud that Krahop covered his ears and pressed himself against the far wall in an effort to drown it out. Joseph noticed a large red cloud ascending from an area of space above the earth as he was coming down to attend to his charge. Looks like the demon realm was having a big blow up. He smiled to himself. Look over there, David. Joseph indicated to his companion angel to take a look. Exuding a whistle of joy, David, the angel of comfort, smiled broadly. I guess the message of the new conception has reached the enemy camp. All hell is breaking loose. Let's get down to protect our two charges. Joseph said as the two angels swooped through the realms and materialized in the little apartment on Elm Street. Melody was sitting in a rocking chair in the living room of her home with her hands across her womb area. She had a dazed expression on her face. She had no idea that she was being watched by the two angelic protectors. I can't believe I'm really pregnant again. She was thinking to herself. This baby is Richard's, there is no doubt, but this child will be born in the same year as the one that I aborted just 2 months ago. I don't know how I can get through this pregnancy. I don't know why you would allow me to be a mother, God. Just then, the telephone rang. Melody picked it up absent-mindedly. Hello, she said. Hi, Melody. Oh no, she knew that voice. Brent had mustered all of his courage to make this call to her. Hey, I was really worried about you since the last time we talked. I've been feeling really bad about what you've gone through, and, Brent. Melody found her voice. I don't think you should call me anymore. Why not? I still care about you, Melody. He sounded hurt. Melody took a deep breath. I'm pregnant again, Brent, this time the baby is Richard's. There was dead silence on the line. Melody didn't say any more. She just let the air hang heavy between them. Finally, Brent said, All right, Melody, you take care of yourself, goodbye. He hung up the phone carefully, hung his head and walked out of the phone booth with his hands in his pockets. Melody hung up the phone too. She had been playing the LP Bad Girls by Donna Summers. The lyrics were getting to her. She turned off the record player. She noticed her old Bible lying on the shelf above it. It had been a while since she'd done any regular devotional reading. Taking the book, she sat back down on the rocker and opened the worn, leather cover. The book just seemed to open itself to a page in Ephesians. It read, Bad friends, bad company, some of you shouldn't even call yourselves Christians. A tear began to form in the corner of her eyes as the sword of the Spirit pierced through the tough outer wall of Melody's heart. David was doing the work and his gleaming gold sword cut right through to the heart of the matter, exposing the darkness in her soul to the light of truth. Yeah, I should never have let myself get involved with another man, Lord. Melody began to admit to her sin of adultery. Why did I ever let the affair happen? Why did I hurt Richard so much and even myself? I broke so many of your commandments, God, especially the one, Thou shalt not commit murder. I even destroyed my own child. Melody began to sob openly. Her shoulders shook uncontrollably. She felt as though her heart was smashed into a million little pieces. Christian took a swimmer's stroke to the edge of the warm pool of amniotic fluid. He was just 3/4 of an inch long and his tiny body could do a swimmer's stroke around the sack once a second. He thought he heard something outside. He felt some sadness enter his little mind. Hush little baby, don't you cry, mommy's gonna love you, by and by. Oh, he knew that wonderful voice. Abba was singing to him again. Christian felt peace and security envelope him like a warm blanket. Richard was humming a tune as he beat the rivets into the fuselage with his screwdriver. Willie was supporting the other side of the metal, and it was only on the off second when the whirring sound quit intermittently that he caught wind of Richard's tune. Hey buddy, how come you're so happy? Willie asked his coworker when they finished. Well, I had some great news last week, friend. Richard smiled. Yeah, what news? Willie pressed. Melody and me, he paused for effect, we're going to have a baby. Richard announced proudly. Really, I thought your wife had miscarried a while ago. Willie said. Oh yes, she did, but now she has conceived again. Richard had forgotten that he had ever shared the first pregnancy with anyone. That was before he knew. He stopped his thoughts. Don't want to think about that anymore. Do you think the pregnancy will be safe this time? Willie continued. You'd better make sure she takes good care of herself. You know, my Marge had 2 miscarriages, it seems to run in her family. It hit us pretty hard. We'll go see our doctor then and make sure we do things by the book this time. Richard was talking as much to himself as he was to his friend. They were sitting in the waiting room of the doctor's office. I really don't want to see Dr. Belmont, Melody repeated. It's too soon, Richard. He's going to think I'm absolutely crazy for getting pregnant. She couldn't say what she really wanted to, which was, don't you realize he's the one who performed the abortion on me? I don't want to see him again, ever. Now Melody, you have to take real good care of yourself. You need to see the doctor to confirm the pregnancy. Richard comforted. I know I'm pregnant. Melody insisted. You've seen me throwing up that bitter yellow bile every morning when I brush my teeth. Yes, Richard remembered that gross stuff. But you have to see a doctor sometime. Just then a nurse came into the doorway. Mrs. Wolfe. She glanced up from her file while Melody and Richard stood up. Right this way, please. Her heels clicked loudly on the linoleum tiles as the couple tried to match her pace. Then she was sitting down in that familiar, now unpleasant office. Melody had a memory of her hands wringing a tattered, tear-stained Kleenex. She put that wall up around her mind again and pushed the unpleasant picture away. Finally Dr. Belmont walked in. Mr. and Mrs. Wolfe, what brings you two in today? He said pleasantly. My wife is expecting, Richard replied to his question. The doctor's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Are you sure, Melody? He looked right at her. She nodded her head but wouldn't look directly into his eyes. I did a home pregnancy test twice. And she's been having morning sickness for 2 weeks. Richard added. Well, this is a surprise. How do you feel about being pregnant, Melody? Dr. Belmont kept himself from saying the word, again. We're just thrilled about it. Richard spoke for her. Melody kept looking down. How are you feeling generally? The doctor pressed. Okay, I guess. Well, let's get you into an examination gown, young lady. I'll have to make sure about this news. Here is the gown, just open the door slightly when you're ready. Why don't you come into the next office with me, Richard? Dr. Belmont indicated the door on the right wall. Richard followed him reluctantly, wondering why he had to leave the room. I'm sure you're wondering why I called you into my private office, Richard, Dr. Belmont said. I feel it's important that you hear from me about some of the post-abortion symptoms that could affect your wife. Now, I know that is a delicate situation and perhaps you are not really up to discuss it, but as your doctor, I believe, it is important that you realize that it is just too early for your wife to be pregnant again. Richard could feel the blood rising in his neck. What are you saying, doctor? I'm saying that Melody may not have worked through her emotional issues concerning the, recent surgery. Her body is still healing. There is a greater risk of miscarriage now. Now, don't think that I am suggesting she terminate this pregnancy. I just wanted to forewarn you, Richard, that your wife's mental and physical condition is delicate at this stage. You should be prepared in case the pregnancy does not go to term. Oh. Richard looked down with a heavy heart. I thought this would help us as a couple. We really did want children one day. The doctor came over and placed his hand on the young man's shoulder. I know, life can be hard. Just then a nurse opened the door. Doctor, your patient has been ready for some time. She chided. Oh yes, I'm coming. With that he went out of the office and into the next room, closing his door behind him. Melody didn't appreciate the examination. She could hardly stand being in the same room as Dr. Belmont, let alone be touched by him. Maybe it was because it reminded her about what had happened just a couple of months ago. Or perhaps it was because she somehow blamed him too for being the one who had performed the abortion. She was still dealing with angry feelings towards Richard because he had said she had to choose between him and the baby. Well, she had chosen all right. She had chosen to put up a big wall around her emotions, and she just didn't want to think about any more. Here she was, pregnant again. She was really going to have a baby this time, a baby. In a half a year or so, somehow 6 months didn't seem like a very long time to get used to the idea. The other day Melody read her Bible for the first time in a while. She had broken down as she read about how she shouldn't even call herself a Christian because of who she chose to be with. Somehow, admitting to her part of the problem began to make her feel a bit better. She had been raised in a Christian home from birth, attended Sunday school all her childhood years. It wasn't as though she was ignorant about what was right and wrong. She had decided to convert as a young girl of 11 years. She then understood the plan of salvation was that she had to repent of all of her sins and ask Jesus Christ to come into her heart and be Lord of her life. Yet, in spite of all that, she had gone and done what she did. I didn't ask you to be perfect. A soft voice interrupted her thoughts. I just asked you to let me be Lord. She couldn't believe he was speaking to her through her thoughts like that. God, do you still love me? Melody began to sob. I've never stopped loving you. His voice responded gently. Oh God, I'm so sorry, can you ever forgive me? Melody was speaking her thoughts aloud in the room now. Joseph was standing right beside her. His beautiful white wings were glowing with God's glorious love. Father spoke lovingly into the soul of his daughter. Melody, I forgive you, daughter. Now go and sin no more. Where had she heard those words before? His voice ended in her heart. Melody felt a sensation like warm water washing over her mind. The healing tears continued to flow down her cheeks. Laying her hands across her abdomen, just under her belly button, she whispered, Baby, I love you. Chapter 9. The pregnancy seemed to just go on without any effort on Melody's part. She and Richard got into some kind of routine. Even though she was reading her Bible again, Melody still kept up that big wall around her heart. Whenever her thoughts turned to the abortion she had had, she forced herself to stop thinking about it. Richard was doing something similar. The doctor had warned him about something called post-abortion stress syndrome, but he chose to forget about it. He too had put up a big wall around his emotions and would not allow himself to think about how his wife had hurt him. Especially that she had been unfaithful to him. Or that he couldn't ever trust her again. If he found himself starting to entertain thoughts about it, he would force his mind to think about flying airplanes, or about his motorcycle or anything else. Joseph and David and the other angels came and went with various missions concerning the marriage of this young couple. They tried vainly to continue the breakthrough of that initial moment when Melody had heard the Father's voice and given her life back into his control. Those stubborn walls they had built up were there of their own choice. Father would not break them down because he had given them their own free wills. Finally, the day came. Melody went to the town aquatic center to attend her usual swim class. She knew it was her due date, but there was no sign of labor. She just couldn't stand the weight of her huge belly on this warm March day. I'm going to go and get into that nice cool pool water, she told herself, and get this heaviness off my sore feet. Hey, what are you doing here? Sandy called as she came waddling out to the pool edge. Aren't you almost due with that baby? Yes, I am. I just have to get it out of me. I'm just too hot these days, Melody complained. Taking a hold of the end of the tonga rope which hung over the pool, Melody hung on with her bloated body for dear life and let go the side. However, she couldn't hold on and her body just slipped down and off until she splashed into the pool water. Well, that wasn't very graceful. She grimaced as her legs seemed to tear open beneath her weight. She continued dog paddling around till he got a hold of a floaty to help hold her up. It was fun to hold onto it and do the water exercises the instructor was demonstrating. Upbeat disco music was being pumped from a huge ghetto blaster to encourage the women to keep at it. Arms up, arms down, arms up and down. Now lift your shoulders and shrug like this, the firm, young swim instructor was demonstrating on the side of the pool. Her hot pink swimsuit glistened in the sunlight streaming in through the solar windows of the aquatic center. Beep, she blew her whistle sharply. You there, Melody, what's the matter? The instructor had noticed that Melody was losing control of her positions. Something was wrong. I have pain. Melody gasped in response as another sharp contraction hit her like a baseball in her uterus. The instructor dove into the water and swam up to Melody with a few powerful strokes. Now relax, Melody, put your arm around my neck and I'll help you out of the water. All the other women had stopped their exercises and were whispering their concern. It's her due date, Sandy explained. She shouldn't be here. She should be in the hospital. The two of them helped Melody to the change room where she fought the contractions as she dried off, dressed and made her way out to the car. I'll drive you, Sandy offered. I think we should get you straight to the hospital. No, it's not that bad yet. Melody remembered the prenatal classes, her pains were too far apart. Besides, her membranes hadn't ruptured yet. So Sandy reluctantly took her home to the apartment. You call Richard right away, you hear? Sandy insisted. I'll check back with you in a half hour. Melody agreed as she made her way into the apartment. She looked at the 2 chicken breasts marinating in a sweet and sour sauce. She had planned to cook their first spring barbecue today. The coals were already waiting on the grill. I'm just going to light it and get the meat cooking anyway, Melody told herself. She put the fowl on the hot grill, wrapped the potatoes in foil to bake in the oven. Then, as she bent down to get another pan, she felt something wet between her legs. Oh dear, this must be it, my membranes have ruptured. She exclaimed to herself. She looked down to see a lake of clear fluid forming a puddle on the floor. Making it to the bathroom, she grabbed a bath towel and put it between her legs. Then she waddled to the phone to call her husband. RRRRRRNG. RRRRRRRNG. Come on, Richard, answer. Finally the phone was picked up. Hello, Richard. I'm in labor. Melody gasped alongside another contraction. You are? I'll be right there. Hang in there, honey. Richard threw down the receiver and it clattered onto the hard surface of the reception desk at West Wing's charter service. He flew out the door. Hey, where are you going? His boss called after him. My wife is in labor, he screamed in response and sped off in his car. The dusty, black Javelin careened down the winding road of the mountain towards Western Lake. Before he knew it, he was slamming the brakes in front of their apartment. A cloud of dust was trying to catch up with him. He opened the front door and saw Melody lying on the living room couch with a look of pure agony etched across her features. Richard hurried over to help her up. Let's get to the car, honey, he said gently. Here, let me help you. They managed to get her and her enormous belly into the front seat. Not bothering to buckle up for the short ride to the next parking lot, they also didn't notice the chicken breasts turning black on the barbecue grill. Once inside the entrance to the hospital, Melody was whisked off to the hospital labor room. The nurse on duty was her friend Christy, the wife of fellow pilot Bob Barnes. She helped Melody don a baby blue printed gown. Christy was the wife of fellow pilot Bob Barnes. She began to hook Melody up to a fetal belt monitor. "Why do I have to wear this?" Melody complained. "We just want to see how your baby is doing under the pressure of labor and take a few readings. It's not so bad." Christy responded reassuringly. Just then a big contraction began to move like a wave from the bottom of Melody's pelvis and steadily up her monstrous belly. "Ouch! Ouch, that hurts," she clenched her teeth together resisting the pain. "Now, just breath relax Melody, remember your Lamaze techniques," Nurse Christy coached. Richard's eyes were big brown saucers. He began to breath in and out like they had been taught in prenatal class. He looked directly into Melody's eyes. She locked hers on his and grasped his hand in a lion grip. A deep breath in through the nose, then deeply exhale through the mouth slowly. Then as the contraction pain got stronger, change to, aha kinda exhaling on the, huh. Imagine a contraction is like walking up a flight of stairs and getting out of breath. Then, when the pain is unbearable at the top of the stairs, spit out the word hot. Without the H. So, OT. 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 Now, reverse steps, go back slowly down the stairs with the contraction. Aha, aha, and a deep cleansing breath. Christy was watching her watch and timing the contraction. That was about 90 seconds long. "You say they are coming every 10 minutes or so?" Melody nodded. "Okay, just keep doing your Lamaze breathing with every contraction. I'll go get you some ice chips to moisten your mouth." Dr. Belmont walked into their room wearing a white coat with the collar of his plaid shirt poking out the top. "So young lady, how are things going?" He sounded friendly. He was holding the end of the paper tape which rolled steadily off the monitor machine and frowned. I think I should give you a dilation check. These contraction peaks are quite high." "Oh, Melody hated those." "Now, lie back and relax." The doctor was donning his latex gloves. Richard had to look away, it was just too personal. Inside his mother's womb, baby Christian felt like he was being crushed from all sides. Once, many months ago, this swimming pool had seemed so spacious. He could move and swim and kick, but now, there was no room left. His fully developed preborn body had filled the entire womb. His head tipped down, his knees were bent, and with his legs curled up underneath him he moved slowly downward. It seemed as though every little while he was being pushed against a tiny opening by a powerful force not his own. There was no escaping it. Things had progressed all night. Melody had been put on N4 and was being given the drug Demerol in a needle for the pain every few hours. Finally, after 20 hours of labor, she was so tired and worn out, she just didn't feel she could bear even one more contraction. "I can't take this anymore," she cried. "If I get even one more contraction, I'll scream." And with that, of course, the next contraction hit. "Just look into my face and blow." Richard held his face right up to within an inch of hers and they both puffed up their cheeks like a couple of blowfish and blew. If they could have seen how comical they looked. They were in full-blown, no pun intended, transitional labor. Melody went to the bathroom. She felt like she had to throw up from one end while the opposite wanted to break in two. She was at the end of her rope. "Nurse, my wife can't take this pain anymore, she wants to have an epidural," Richard said in desperation. Krista was not on shift anymore. In fact, they had gone through 3 shifts of nurses since Melody's labor began. They came and went and still no baby. "I'll call the doctor," the nurse assured him. Soon the doctor was sitting Melody up and inserting a needle next to her spine. The injection would freeze her nerves from the chest to the toes. While receiving the needle was frightening, it was worth it. Soon a wave of warmth began to flow down her body. In 2 minutes all the pain was gone. What a relief. Melody smiled to herself. Now I can wait forever. Dr. Belmont was studying the monitoring tape again. He didn't like what he saw. He had performed regular dilation checks and she had failed to progress past 5 centimeters in all this time. Her membranes had ruptured 20 hours ago. It looked like the baby's heartbeat was increasing and irregular. The child might be in distress and he couldn't take the risk. I'm sorry, Melody, I will have to prep you for a cesarean section now. We must deliver this baby. He sounded worried. No, doctor, I don't want a cesarean. Melody gasped. She remembered seeing that video in their prenatal class. One of the prospective fathers had even fainted. She had so wanted to have a natural birth. I'm sorry, dear, but I believe your baby is experiencing fetal distress. We have no choice, Dr. Belmont stated. Just when Melody felt relief from the overlapping transitional contractions, she now felt impending fear at the coming C-section. The nurses were there to prep her for surgery. She felt her belly painted with the cold antiseptic solution. Richard, I'm scared, she began to weep softly. It's all right, hon, I'll be in there with you. But I don't want to film the delivery now. I hope you understand. Richard said. They had planned to videotape their first child's birth for a precious memory. But secretly, Richard wasn't looking forward to seeing his wife's surgery. It might be rather graphic. He decided to take only his 35mm camera. Melody had made a paper copy of her birth plan as a result of their prenatal training. In it, she had requested to be kept awake in the event of a cesarean section. Also, she had asked for her husband to be present in the delivery room. Now Melody was lying on the operating table instead of the birthing bed. She was covered with a dark green cloth. A screen was put in front of her face so that she could not observe the actual surgery. Richard stood back as he didn't want to watch the actual incision. Melody felt a heavy pressure on her uterus, but it didn't hurt. The surgeon's scalpel was slicing through her skin, then all her underlying tissues to the uterus itself. Now it made an opening to deliver the baby. Melody felt as though her body was being wrenched from side to side on the table as the doctors tried to pry the body of her child from its tight place. Suddenly, the head of the baby was visible. Richard gasped at what he saw. His baby for the first time. A head of thick, wavy dark hair and a dark red face all scrunched up. The child let out a loud wail. The doctor suctioned his nose and mouth to remove any mucus. That was even more reason for him to cry. They continued wrestling the body. First the shoulders were out and then the rest of the baby was lifted up by several pairs of gloved hands. It's a boy. The doctor exclaimed. Richard managed to get a great shot of all the doctor's hands holding his newborn son while he was still attached to the umbilical cord in Melody's body. Tears of joy were streaming down the new father's face. Melody could see the baby as he was lifted above the top edge of the screen in front of her face. A crying, wet little baby boy. My baby. My baby. She cried. Can I hold him? The cord was clamped and the baby was separated from the placenta. Then the nurses whisked him off to a nearby table to weigh, measure, wipe off and wrap him in a warm blanket. The tiny bundle was presented to his anxious mother. Oh, look at my baby, Melody exclaimed softly. She nestled the little bundle high on her chest next to her face. He's so beautiful. Richard was standing over his wife and newborn son. He felt supreme joy and had a look of awe on his face. The two of them weren't paying much attention as Melody was stitched up. She was numb to the pain. They just concentrated at looking with wonder in the face of their own little baby boy, Christian. Joseph and David were also in the hospital delivery room, even though they could not be seen by human eyes. I'm assigned to be Christian's guardian angel for his life. David the champion angel told Joseph proudly. He is the child of promise for this couple. His birth nearly did not take place. Yes, the demonic realm certainly seemed to know that Father had great plans for the woman Melody and her husband Richard. Lord Dark tried everything to stop them from going forward. He doesn't know the details, but I guess he sees something in her aura that indicates the Almighty is working on a wonderful plan. Yes, Joseph agreed, but we both know that darkness always has to give way to light. Now, are you going to say the blessing? I'd be honored. David sheltered wee Christian with his shimmery wings. Joseph stretched his like a giant white fan behind the parents. Children are a gift from the Lord, he began. They could both hear the angels singing as Father's voice descended lovingly into the room. Chapter 10. Time went on. Richard and Melody took their baby son home and learned how to parent him. He became the joyful center of their lives. They never spoke about the abortion again. They just put up those walls to protect their hearts whenever anything vaguely reminded either of them about the past. One day they received an invitation to attend a Full Gospel Businessmen's Association banquet. Hi Helen. Melody answered the phone with baby Christian on her hip. What's up? Hi Melody. Our Bible study group is going to attend a supper with the FBA. It's a kind of guy group, but they will have their wives there too as well as a guest speaker. They are supposed to be real interesting. Would you guys like to come? It had been a long time since she and Richard had been out to dinner. Taking care of baby took up every second of every day it seemed. I'll ask Richard, but if I can have my way, we'll be there. Fine, see you Friday at 7. Helen smiled to herself. She knew that this event would be an eye-opener for their little Bible study group. Friday rolled around. Melody was busy putting hot velvet rollers in her long, blonde hair. She decided to wear a pleated black pantsuit and dress her baby in a cute little blue jean outfit. Richard was still in the bathtub. If he didn't get the lead out, they would be late. Come on honey. I don't want to be late for the banquet or we might not get to sit with our friends. Melody heard the splash of bath water as Richard obliged her insistence and got out of the tub. Soon, they had baby safely buckled into his newborn car seat and were on their way. The parking lot was full at Boitano Log Cabin Restaurant. This is where the event was being held. Richard recognized the red Ford van which belonged to one of their friends, Deb and Ralph Bosley. Good, it would be fun to sit with them. His little family made their entrance. Baby Christian was all of 6 weeks old now. Over here. Helen waved them to the table of 10 which was their regular Bible study from the Caribou Family Worship Center. They walked over and just got comfortable when the waiters began to serve the salad and hot rolls. I don't remember the last time we ate out. Melody smiled appreciatively between bitefuls, checking every few seconds to see if Christian was still content in his car seat. It was a treat to visit while enjoying the steak and baked potato supper with friends. Then, the last sips of their iced tea were enjoyed to some lively Christian rock music. Who is that band, Deb? Melody asked her friend. The lead singer had shoulder-length dark hair and lots of glitter on his denim jeans. I think they are called, One Way. Deb almost had to yell to be heard above the loud drumming and electric guitar. Everyone was clapping along and nodding their heads appreciatively. After a set of 4 or so the band took a break and moved to the back of the stage. An older man with a balding head in a navy suit came to the mic. Good evening ladies and gentlemen, he announced, my name is Alan Waldner. I'm the president of the local Full Gospel Businessmen's chapter. I want to welcome all of you here this evening. Did you enjoy that steak supper? Whistles and appreciative clapping ensued from the crowd. Good, he continued, well, we also have more appetizing food for you tonight. It's not food for your stomach, it's food for your soul. Will you give a round of applause for our guest speaker all the way from Abbotsford, Mr. Menno Wimber? A good amount of applause accompanied the man as he ascended the steps to the platform. Good evening friends, I'm really glad I have the chance to share my testimony with all of you tonight. It's good to see that a lot of you brought friends along to hear it. How many of you have ever heard of the term the baptism of the Holy Spirit? A good number of hands went up. Well, you might think this refers to water baptism when a Christian wants to make a public declaration of their faith. It is often accompanied by joining a local church denomination at the same time. Most of the people were nodding. What I have to tell you about tonight is a different kind of baptism. You remember when Jesus Christ said to his disciples before his ascension to heaven that he would send a comforter, an advocate, who would baptize with fire from on high. Well, that's the kind of baptism I want to share with you this evening. You see, if you are a Christian and even if you're not, God wants you to experience his presence in your life in a real tangible way. He not only wants to be your Lord and Savior. He wants to have an intimate relationship with you where you can hear his voice, and where you can feel his presence in your daily life. To have that kind of baptism, you have to be willing to give God first place in your life, total control of your life, be 100% sold out to him. Are there any this evening who are tired of your boring, humdrum Christianity, or who want more of God than you have experienced so far? A few hands went up. Then please, make your way to the front of this room. We want to pray for you and ask that God will give you his baptism of his Holy Spirit. Melody had been listening with rapt attention to the words of the preacher. She noticed that Walter Gimley, an associate co-worker of her past job with forestry, was there with his wife. She remembered how Walter had been into alcohol and cheating on his wife with other women. She was blown away that he, of all people, was here. Walter stood up with his wife. They were among a number of people who were making their way to the front for this prayer. Walter had tears streaming down his cheeks. After having so recently begun reading her Bible again, and after having had that terrible abortion experience followed so closely with the pregnancy of Christian, Melody felt as thought she needed to change something about herself. She needed to really give God total control of her life like the preacher has said. She wanted to know what it was like to hear God's voice. Tuning to Richard, she said, "I want to go up for prayer too, honey, do you want to come with me?" Richard shook his head. "I'll watch the baby." She could see him take a big gulp. Bravely, Melody stood up from her table and began to walk forward to the front of the room. There were about 8 people in a row. Each one was being prayed for by 2 other people. A man and a woman approached Melody and put their hands gently on her shoulders. She began to cry as the woman started to pray quietly. Melody felt as though electricity was flowing through her body. Then, suddenly, she felt as though she was as light as a feather, her body softly slipped to the floor. Melody's tongue felt all tingly and thick in her mouth. What was happening to her? She looked up and she heard the man praying something about the devil. What about the devil? What was he talking about? Melody felt uncomfortable. Then it was all over and she got up and went back trembling to her table. Richard was scowling at her. "Boy, are you ever gullible?" he seemed to sneer. Melody felt as though he had slapped her. "Let's get out of here." Richard was getting up and taking the car seat with baby Christian in it. Melody wanted desperately to stay. She wanted to hear more and to talk to someone. But she felt forced to follow her husband's impatient footsteps out the door. Underscore 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 on. Wow. That was too close. Joseph commented to his David as they hovered over the Wolf's apartment that evening. Yes, friend, Regila almost destroyed the whole thing the father had planned. The 2 angels had had their hands full trying to keep Melody calm during her important prayer. Her decision to give God total control of her life was being hindered because the demon of religiosity was screaming in her mind in an attempt to stop her prayer. It was because of the Mennonite background of this couple and the husband's reluctance to listen to these seemingly apostate words. Mennonite culture did not teach about the baptism of the Holy Spirit in this fashion. When Christian was 6 months old, Melody and Richard decided to move back to their home province of Manitoba and the town of Woven to put down roots near their families. Now that they had a child, they wanted to build a house and plan a life of security. When Melody was 8 months pregnant, her parents had let them know that there was land for sale in the county near where they both grew up. She and Richard had looked at the property when they were in their dating years. In fact, the country road near this land was frequented by many couples who wanted some romantic privacy on their dates. There was an old stone house near it and lovely escarpment of hills on the southern side. For the prairies, it was a pretty place. "Let's get it, honey," Melody exclaimed excitedly after they had gone to look at it. She was always so impulsive and made up her mind about things almost instantly. Richard was the complete opposite. He liked to take his time to consider all the pros and cons about any decision. He was a very practical, analytical person. Together, this couple balanced each other's strengths and weaknesses. "I don't know, Melody, it's 6 miles to the nearest town of Moonset. It's all country roads, we could really get stuck out here in the winter. Then there is the cost of putting in hydro-electricity, and there is no water line, so we would have to haul our own water into a cistern. There are a lot of additional expenses to consider than just buying the land." Richard finished speaking with his brows furrowed above his big, brown eyes. "Everyone who lives in the country must go through those things," Melody persisted. "We could do it too. It would be so wonderful to raise our family in the country instead of a town or city. I've always loved the farming community. It's what I really want, please, Richard," Melody pleaded her husband with her big, green eyes. Baby Christian cooed in agreement from his stroller. "Well, I'll have to go see a banker and ask if we qualify for a loan for a mortgage. It's a good thing we've been able to save up some money before we started our family. We do have a small nest egg put away which just might make the down payment." Melody smiled to herself. She knew her husband well enough to know that if he started something, he would see it through. Richard was a perfectionist. "We got it. We really got it, honey." Richard waved a letter that had just come in the mail. "I think we can finally make plans to move back to Manitoba and to build our very own home." Melody was ecstatic with joy. When their plans materialized, they said their goodbyes to all their friends in Western Lake, BC. The familiar black javelin set off for Manitoba, towing a U-Haul with all their worldly belongings in it. Chapter 11. Life moved along for Melody and Richard as they got their loan after Richard started a new job at a woodworking business. They gradually built up their own house in the country outside of a little town called Moonset. Their parents lived in a nearby town of Woven. They generously took turns taking the couple and baby Christian under their roof until the basement of their first house was livable. After finishing the house enough to live in, life continued on routinely with work and parenting. Melody had adjusted to spending most of the day alone parenting their son. One sunny summer day she was walking down the main street of Woven when a poster caught her eye in the window of a local bookstore. It advertised a country western singer named Penny Lee who was going to give a concert at the local high school. It looked like a good opportunity for an evening out. So Melody decided to call her friend Brenda and invite her along. She instinctively knew Richard would not be interested. "Sure, Melody, I can come to the concert with you." "It sounds like fun," Brenda added. "Great, I will meet you there then about 15 minutes early." Melody hung up the phone with a smile. Underscore 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 on. "Boy, the audio-visual room sure hasn't changed much since high school," Brenda commented as the two women found their seats for the Penny Lee concert. "Would you like to go for coffee after it's over?" she added. "Sounds like a good plan." Melody turned her attention to the stage area where the lights were dimming for the start of the show. She had left her baby with her mom as Richard was working late at the shop. It was a rare treat to have an evening out like this. The curtains parted while a beautiful blonde woman strolled out onto center stage. She was wearing a cowgirl outfit which sported a white, leather-fringed jacket and matching boots topped off with a sassy white 10-gallon hat. "Well, hello y'all." Penny drawled her southern accent. "My name is Penny Lee and I am here to sing you my songs this evening and tell you my story." She began to strum her guitar as strains of background music accompanied her. "Little baby, yet unborn, listen to your mama's song," the lyrics began to penetrate into Melody's mind. What kind of song was she singing anyway, she thought to herself. She started to feel a bit uncomfortable. Hey, I thought this was going to be entertainment, not preaching, her thoughts swirled in her head. Yet, she and Brenda stayed glued to their seats listening with about 200 others. It turned out that Penny Lee had some big story to tell. It definitely involved preaching. After a while there were wall-sized photo slides behind her as she sang a story about going to the grave of a little child. It was such a sad song, Melody felt tears prick her eyes. I'm sure many of you are wondering why I wrote songs like these, Penny Lee began to explain. These sad tunes about the lives of little babies before and after their births. I wrote them because they are a reflection of what happened to me in my own life. It was about 10 years ago that I found myself pregnant when I had not planned to be. In fact, I was not married and you can imagine the shame that I felt. So I made a decision to have an abortion to end the problem. I thought that would make the problem go away, but it didn't, it made it worse. Penny Lee looked down and cradled her guitar as though it was a child. Did ya know that there are literally thousands of women who choose to have an abortion here in Canada every year? Penny looked directly into the eyes of her audience. Most of them never talk about it to anyone, they suffer alone because of their fear and their shame. I started having dreams about my little baby. Dreams about her crying out for her mama and me not wanting to hold her. Penny's audience was feeling her pain. I kept thinking about my pregnancy. What if I had given birth to that child? What would she look like? What would it feel like to be a mother? Penny looked out wistfully to her audience. After some time I did some research about what kind of abortion I had had. It had been done in the first trimester, which is the first 3 months of the pregnancy. I found out that it was called a therapeutic abortion. Except there was nothing therapeutic about it. Because the tiny, wee, babe had to be torn apart limb from limb to accomplish it. Some people seemed to be uncomfortable at this point, Melody thought. She too was feeling the shock of the words register deep inside her heart. Penny continued, it was so awful to learn the truth about what I had done to my own flesh and blood. Yet, it was also healing in some strange kind of way. I began to cry out to God for help, He came through for me. I started to read the Bible and I found lots of words that helped me understand myself better and helped me to get to know Him. Words like, even if your father and mother forsake you, I never will, and I knew you even before you were born. I began to realize that if I told God how sorry I was for what I had done, having that abortion, that He promised He would forgive me. I also saw in the Bible that the human soul is eternal, that God puts His Spirit in us at our conception. So that made me realize that my own little baby, the one I had aborted, must have an eternal soul too. She surely is in heaven now. That gave me a lot of comfort. I decided to name her Serena. Now, I am spending my life talking about her so her little life isn't gone for nothing. Everywhere I tell my story and sing my songs I meet women who have had abortions too. They need to talk to someone like me, someone who really understands what they have gone through, someone they can trust. So, if you are one of those women here tonight, I just want to say, God loves you. He has your little baby in heaven. If you choose to give your life over to Him, you will see your child one day. Penny finished. Picking up her guitar, Penny sang another song. Melody didn't hear the lyrics because her eyes were too full of tears. Brenda sensed that something was wrong with her friend, but she didn't want to pry. After the concert was all over and the lights came up, the two women picked up their purses and got up to leave. Outside the audio-visual room there was a display table set up. People couldn't help but notice it as they walked out. There was a row of fetal models on it and some information pamphlets. Some ladies and a man sat behind it waiting to talk to anyone who might be interested. Melody couldn't help but glance at the baby models. They had signs on them which dated their gestation stage. She noticed one at 12 weeks. She couldn't believe it looked like a tiny, wee, doll inside an egg-shaped uterus. She remembered that she had been between 11 to 13 weeks along in her pregnancy when, oh no, she didn't want to remember that. She hurried to the ladies' room and closed the stall door in front of her. Brenda had followed her friend to the ladies' washroom. Now, she definitely knew that Melody was very disturbed about the way the evening had gone. "Hey, Melody, what's wrong?" Brenda asked her friend, knocking gently on the washroom door. "Oh, nothing," Melody sniffled, "I guess it was just too graphic for me." "Yes, it wasn't what we expected," Brenda agreed. "Should I wait out in the car for you to go for coffee?" "I really don't feel very well, Brenda. My stomach is kinda upset." "Could we take a rain check on that coffee?" Melody managed to say. "Sure, that's okay, Tom will be glad if I get home early to help put the kids to bed." "Will you be alright going home alone?" Brenda was understanding. "Oh sure, I'll be fine," Melody gratefully replied. "Thanks for coming out with me." "I'll call you tomorrow." Melody sat on the toilet stool twisting a wet Kleenex in her hands. She looked down at and a painful memory flashed across her mind. She didn't want to think about that anymore. "I thought you already forgave me, God," her thoughts were anguish in her soul. "Why do I have to remember?" Tears flowed again. Underscore 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 on underscore 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 underscore. Melody had remained in the ladies' room for some time, till she felt composed again. When she emerged, she saw that nearly everyone had gone. There were only two women at that display table packing things up. Taking a deep breath, Melody walked over to them. "Hi," one of the women acknowledged her presence. "Can I help you?" she smiled reassuringly. "Oh, I noticed that you have a group called, Life is Precious," Melody answered. "What do you do?" "We are a pro-life group right here in town. We meet once a month for educational purposes. We do what we can to get the message out about abortion, how it hurts both women and children. We also share about how God wants to heal the broken-hearted. We sponsored this concert tonight with Penny Lee. Here is our brochure." The lady handed Melody a pamphlet. "Our meeting is a week from Monday if you would like to come," she finished. "Oh, thank you." Melody looked down at the brochure and slowly walked away. Underscore 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 on underscore 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 underscore. After experiencing that emotional night, Melody couldn't stop thinking about what she had learned from Penny Lee. She would look down at the sweet face of her young son Christian and simply could not imagine life without him. Yet, she realized now that a baby just like him had been lost to an abortion. She herself had made that decision. It was then that she made the decision to begin attending the Life is Precious group meetings. Melody did not share her personal story with the group. It was her personal story and she couldn't trust it to anyone, even people like this who cared. Each month she would sit around a big table with 8 other men and women. They would go over the latest information concerning abortion, methods of abortion, statistics of abortion in Canada and the United States, post-abortion syndrome, physical and emotional risks from the surgery, etc. She was constantly faced with its reality. Melody longed to make a difference. She wanted to do something to make up for her guilt in having taken the life of her own child. Underscore 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 on underscore 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 underscore. One day a letter was read at the meeting which invited those attending to a seminar in the city of Winnipeg hosted by a group called Pregnancy Distress Services. Melody got excited about it right away. I would really love to attend, we could learn so much, she encouraged them. Would anyone else like to come with me? I would. Sally volunteered. Me too. Edna chimed in. We will bring a report to the next meeting. Everyone agreed it was a good idea. It was settled that the three of them would attend the weekend seminar. Melody had not considered that she was still nursing baby Christian. When she did, she decided that he could manage with a sippy cup and a bottle for 2 nights. After all, he was 6 months old already. Richard, however, was not as excited about the idea. But, he gave in to his young wife's desire. Deep down, he knew it was important because he too struggled with a hidden sense of guilt. He knew what his wife was involved in. They never discussed their own personal story with each other. Maybe if they didn't talk about it, the painful memory would go away. It never did. Underscore 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 on underscore 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 underscore. The weekend in the city was both fun and serious. The girls spent their first day sitting in a classroom at the Women's Health Center. They were immersed in an intense series of training sessions and teaching workshops. Melody also ended up going to the hospital to express several bottles of breast milk because of stopping the nursing so suddenly. All in all, though, they came away full of energy with a hope to start their very own pregnancy crisis service center. Chapter 12. Melody, Irma, and Sally had a bond that they had established during their weekend at the pregnancy distress training courses, which was not shared by the rest of the group known as Life is Precious. It took some convincing to have them agree to allow the three women to try to find a place to offer services. After all, they didn't have any money. But they did agree to let them try. It was a Monday morning when the three women got together as planned to work on it. They were sitting in Sally's home brainstorming their ideas when Melody suggested they have a time of prayer. Dear Lord, she began, we believe that you have brought us together with this common interest for your divine purpose of starting a pregnancy crisis center. Please direct us by your Spirit and help us find a place where we can begin to offer services to the youth and adults of our area who might be experiencing an unwanted pregnancy. The other ladies also took turns offering their prayers up to God. After that, everyone felt more hopeful. Irma suggested they call the local nurses' residence and see if there might be a little spare room for them. No, I'm sorry, we don't have any room here. A somewhat disinterested woman answered the call, but you might try giving the child and social welfare people a call. Child welfare, a monotone voice answered when Melody dialed the number. No, we don't have any space, but, come to think of it, I do know of a space that might be available. The man said. There are some rooms above the drugstore on Main Street that used to be used by a denturist and are now empty. You could try there. Oh, thank you very much, we'll do that. Melody hung up the phone with a smile on her face. I think we have a lead, ladies, she said, much like a sleuth as she flipped the pages of the phone book. Woven Pharmacy was owned by Ben Dudley, who answered the phone. Hello, Woven Drugs, may I help you? Hi, my name is Melody Wolf. I'm calling you because I have been told that you might have some rental space available above your drugstore. Yes, that's right. Mr. Dudley responded favorably. I am part of a group known as Life is Precious. Have you heard about us? Melody inquired. Yes, I have. Really? Well, could some of us come over and see the space? Melody was happy he had heard about them. Sure, come on down. Mr. Dudley invited. The three women were ecstatic with hope. They had all dressed up in a professional manner hoping for such an opportunity. They drove in Melody's old K-car the short trip to Main Street, parked, and made their way into the drugstore. Their heels clicked purposefully on the linoleum tiles announcing their presence. They leaned on the pristine white counter, met Ben and he took them to a side set of stairs in his building which revealed an upper floor. Yes, this used to be used by a local denturist, he said as he opened the door which revealed a series of small rooms painted a medicinal green. The floor was covered with a thick layer of dust which left their footprints as they walked around and looked in. Ben opened a blind on one of the windows and a cloud of dust went up with it. Would you like a few minutes to think it over, he offered. The three of them nodded, so he went back downstairs. They walked from one small room to another, peering into closets and nooks and crannies. Melody was a visionary and she began to share her ideas. This could be the entrance foyer, the room on the right a counseling office, the center room for baby supplies, and the other room, another counseling office. She indicated the possibilities. Yes, I agree, and there is a small washroom in the hall we could use for the urine sample. Sally said. I noticed there is another apartment down the hall, I believe someone rents it. The three of them were smiling at each other as they envisioned a real office space for a pregnancy crisis center. They held their hands to form a circle and literally jumped up and down with joy. Little puffs of dust flew up with them. After a while Mr. Dudley came back in. Well, what do you ladies think? He inquired. We think it's perfect for our needs, Irma told him. Our problem is, though, that our group doesn't have any funds at the moment to pay for the rent. Ben stroked his chin thoughtfully. How would you like it, if I let you use it rent-free until such time as you can raise the money? 3 sets of feminine eyebrows flew up. That would be wonderful, they began to exclaim appreciatively. If that wasn't a miracle, then I don't know what is. Melody laughed excitedly in the car as they drove off. That was the beginning of a wonderful place of free hands-on help which became known as the Prairie Lands Pregnancy Crisis Center. They were the first such center to be incorporated in Manitoba in 1986 as a licensed charity of their kind. A constitution had been drafted by the Life is Precious people, many of whom became board members for the new Pregnancy Crisis Center. It was an independent charity with a public membership. A wide, satin pink ribbon was cut across the entrance door with a decorated scissor and the mayor of Woven, as well as other dignitaries attended the opening ceremony. Prairie Valley was in the news, it had the heart of the community but only the support of some. Life took on a certain routine for Melody, Sally, and Irma, who were also joined by 3 other volunteers to give free services at the center. They tried to keep it open 5 days a week. Meanwhile, things were hot as hell in the Red Room. Lord Dark's face couldn't be any darker as it turned shades of red, purple, and black like a chameleon in front of his demon squadron. Am I to understand that the aborted fetus has sprung new life in a place where teenagers can come to get advice so they don't kill their own unborn children? He curdled in an hell-shaking voice. Yes, I'm F.F.F.F.F.F.F.F.F.F.F.F.F. Raid so. Snoop Dogg's snake-like tongue forced out the dreaded reply. Damnable demons, the lot of you are useless to me, the master screamed, his rage shaking the Red Room like hurricane. I want this so-called pregnancy crisis center shut down, do you hear? Go and blow it up, turn the community upside down with gossip, hatred, malice, jealousy, hypocrisy, self-righteousness, whatever it takes to infiltrate and destroy this motley little crew of Christian anti-abortionists. Now get out of my sight. He blew his hot air all over the room, effectively dissipating the demon cluster who had gathered for his official appointment in the Red Room. We're lucky we didn't get eaten alive. Gozma blustered as he was hurled in a dark cloud with his cohorts to their ordered mission of corruption. Things had not been easy for the workers of the Prairie Lands Pregnancy Crisis Center. It seemed that no churches were eager to hear a message about the reality of abortion. It was an unpopular topic. In the traditional attitude of the Mennonite community, even a woman's pregnancy was a thing to be hidden. It was as though sex was a forbidden topic. Finally, after much perseverance, the message was allowed at the Rosebrook Chapel. The topic would be about how human life is precious from its preborn state through old age. Two of the women who worked at the center took time to prepare a wonderful message as well as a slideshow of pictures of fetal development. There had been some tears shed in the congregation when people saw the real truth of what happens to a baby destroyed before its birth with an abortion. The people were encouraged to have compassion for the young mother and father as they faced their personal struggles surrounding the unwanted pregnancy. These often included premarital sex, their parents not knowing they were sexually active, drug and alcohol abuse, financial problems, dropping out of school, shame, and peer pressure to name a few. Sometimes there were horrible situations involving incest and other abuses. The Prairie Valley staff did their best to network their clients with other helpful community services relating to their specific needs while maintaining the client's confidentiality. The little congregation of Rosebrook promised to pray for the staff and their clients. They held a meeting of the eldership post-presentation which decided to give a small monthly financial contribution to the Pregnancy Crisis Center to help make its budget. This is how prayer support and finances for the center gradually began to grow. Do not despise small beginnings. Scripture encourages. Melody repeated this to herself often as she continued to press forward, plowing the hard community attitudes and aiding young women and men in their difficulties. Gradually, the financial base grew from local businesses, individuals, and churches who were also glad to get a tax receipt. One day at work, while Melody was opening the mail at her desk, she read a letter which included a graphic photo of an aborted baby. It was shocking to look at. She read the true story of a woman in Calgary who had gone to an abortion clinic in the 4th month of her pregnancy. After the abortion, she went home and to her horror later delivered the tiny head of her child. She had been all alone in her home when this happened. She had then telephoned her local newspaper and made a big issue about it. She was suing the abortion clinic for her traumatic experience. This kind of material came across the staff's desk on a fairly regular basis. They all tried to read everything to keep themselves updated and informed. The constant pressure to help someone facing a crisis along with the stress of having to raise the funds privately needed to sustain the work began to take a toll on Melody. "Oh, I would love to come to the ladies' retreat, Pat," Melody said happily. Her sister-in-law had invited her to come to a weekend retreat at her church in Steinburn. Henry, her brother-in-law, would fly to Moonset Airport and pick her up in a small 2-seat aircraft. What a treat this would be! Richard, however, was not as excited at the news. "You mean you're going to be gone for 2 whole days?" he lamented. He knew this meant that he would be solely responsible for the care of their toddler. "Yes, dear. I'll get everything ready for you food-wise. You and your son will be fine." Melody smiled sweetly. It would be good for her husband to spend some quality time alone with his son. To experience what it was like to have to take care of all his needs alone. Sweet man that Richard was, he finally agreed. Melody reminded him that her mom was available if he needed help. It was a bright sunny, summer day in Manitoba on the day of her little holiday. Henry flew in a Cessna 182 to the Moonset Airport. Melody climbed into the cockpit, Richard buckled her in securely and gave her a kiss goodbye. "Have fun, honey." He and little Christian waved proudly as Uncle Henry and Mommy taxied away. Then they were off. It was such fun to soar above the small town and green countryside, over the prairie patchwork of fields. Melody loved to fly. She would like it if Richard was able to go back to his first love in work, aircraft construction. Western Lake was far away, now he had to make do with his carpentry job for their living. Too soon they landed in Steinburn Airport. Pat met them with her fiery orange Trans Am. I thought you would enjoy supper at our place where you can freshen up before tonight's service, Pat offered. I thought we would enjoy spaghetti, meatballs, and Caesar salad. Sounds delicious. Melody anticipated her sister's good cooking. As they drove to their house, Pat said hesitantly, I wanted to share something with you, Melody, before tonight's service. What is it? Melody's interest was piqued. Well, it's just that at this weekend's ladies' retreat, there is a musical group from the United States leading it called the Jovic Sisters, and they might be kinda different, you know. What do you mean, different? You should expect to see people raising their hands during worship, clapping and that sort of thing. Pat finished. Oh, Melody felt a bit uncomfortable now. Don't worry, Pat, I've seen that sort of thing before. What, did Pat think she wasn't experienced or cool spiritually? She thought to herself. Later, after supper, the two sisters were sitting side by side in a wooden pew with countless other women. The church was packed. There was a four-woman band on the stage playing upbeat Christian music. It was the most beautiful sacred music Melody had heard. She closed her eyes and basked in the presence of God. Earlier, when Pat had forewarned her about the expressions of worship she could see tonight, Melody had made up her mind she would not make a fool of herself. She had determined to keep her hands down at her side so as not to stand out. The lyrics sang, "Give thanks with a grateful heart, give thanks to the Holy One, give thanks, because He's given, Jesus Christ, His Son, and now let the weak say, I am strong, let the poor say, I am rich, because of what the Lord has done for me, give thanks." Melody felt tears beginning to form at the corners of her eyes. Let the weak say, I am strong. Well, weren't the little unborn babies the weak ones? Especially, when no one would speak up for their little preborn lives as they were being killed mercilessly with an abortion. Now, her tears began to flow freely down her cheeks. Let the poor say, I am rich. Wasn't that just like the many young women and guys that she had counseled recently, young teens with no money, parents who wanted to kick them out of their home because of their sexual lifestyles and rebellion to rules? These kids sure were the poor ones, no place to live, no food, no money, nothing. Melody began sobbing harder. The band had stopped playing. One of the Jovic sisters was giving an invitation for people to come up for prayer. No one was going up. Melody realized she was carrying a terrible burden. It weighed so heavy on her shoulders. She had been working for 2 years to set up the Pregnancy Crisis Center. She had been obsessed with learning everything she could about abortion methods and ways to counsel those in crisis. However, she had not really dealt with her own inner need for healing. She was in turmoil at realizing what she personally had done with her abortion choice. With tears streaming down her face, Melody stood up and humbled herself by walking down the aisle all the way to the pulpit area in front of all those people. No one else came. She stood there alone, in her gray striped pantsuit, her long blonde hair tied up in a red ribbon curling down her back, with her head bowed. The woman who had given the invitation came down the steps and put her hand comfortingly on Melody's shoulder. She quietly asked her what she wanted prayer for. Melody whispered in her ear, "For inner healing from my abortion." With compassion in her eyes, the woman said to Melody, "I believe God wants you to give a shout to the Lord, a Torah, and be set free." Wow! This was really asking for a lot. Melody's thoughts were trying to dissuade her. Then she decided to go for it. She lifted her voice and loudly gave a shout of praise to the Lord. "Praise you, Jesus." Something seemed to let go inside of her, replaced with a lightness of spirit. Whatever it was that had been holding her back, was gone. The demons of fear of man and heaviness of heart, namely Freya and Hasham, felt their slimy fingers yanked with a mighty force from the heart of the blonde woman. Two big, mighty angels of God had them by the neck and were twisting them into balls of nothingness. Then they were no more. Joseph and David smiled at each other, knowing the glorious freedom that Melody was feeling just now. The praise band began to play again. The lady gave Melody a reassuring hug and then she made her way back to her seat. Pat also gave her sister-in-law a big smile and hug of approval. That night while trying to sleep in the high-day bed at Pat and Henry's, Melody's mind would not rest. She is playing the events of the day over and over in her mind like a broken record. So much had taken place. She started thinking back to the beginning of her relationship to Richard and how they moved to Western Lake, how she had chosen that sinful affair with Brent, how it almost destroyed their marriage, then, how they went to the Full Gospel Businessmen's Banquet, how she had accepted the baptism of the Holy Spirit that night. Now it was a few years later, she was deeply involved in volunteering her time hoping to help someone else who was considering the terrible choice of abortion. How was it possible that all this time she had not really acknowledged her own aborted child's humanity? She had put up walls around her heart and not allowed herself to really face it. Each day that she worked at the center she was faced with the realities of abortion. Was it possible that God had made such an elaborate plan for her life as to save her from her own self-destructive choice and turn that into something alive, even beautiful? Suddenly, in the dark of her room, a terrible fear gripped her. She seemed to see black shadows moving around in the living room where she was trying to sleep. There were audible footsteps running around the outside of the bungalow. The demonic gang hadn't given up their attempts to destroy Melody Wolf. Their leader looked like a werewolf with blood-red eyes that glowed evilly in the dark corners of the room. His henchmen were running around the outside of the house trying to evade clashing with the angelic warrior that had been assigned to protect the little blonde woman this night. However, Werewolf had managed to slip through the wall. He gazed at her with his long yellow fangs ready to cut into the fabric of her soul, inching forward. Just then Joseph materialized right in front of him. Werewolf cowered knowing he was about to taste the lightning of God's sword in his mouth. Melody had turned on the light in her room to get a hold of herself. She grabbed her Bible as though it was a shield. It fell open to Jeremiah 31, she read, "Again I shall rebuild you, O Virgin Israel, you shall go out with the merrymakers, you shall dance and play your tambourine. O Virgin, how can I ever be a virgin again, Lord?" She responded, "How can I be pure?" She began to hear a voice whisper in her heart. "I will purify you, my daughter, the living water of my word and the blood of the Lamb will purify you. I have always wanted to dance, in fact, my parents gave me a tambourine when I was just a little girl. I want to be happy and free." The demons had tried to steal the words of life from Melody's mind, but the warriors of light came shredding their black, leathery hides with their lightning-hot swords. Red clouds of smoke and the smell of sulfur was all that lingered afterwards. The Father's master plan was continuing to take shape. Joseph smiled at David. It was a pleasure to be her rear guard, to demolish those dogs of hell. The two angels spread their shimmering wings over Melody's sleeping form. They delighted in the successful mission of protection. Melody had fallen asleep again. She thought she heard strums of harp music. Was she dreaming? She saw strange pictures in her mind's eye and heard strange sounds in her ear. There was also a word in her mind, Abba. Her heavenly Father smiled in response, "Yes, Melody, I am your Abba, your Daddy God." Chapter 13. Things seemed different when Melody went back to work next week. Her mom took Christian to babysit as was her usual habit. He seemed happy to spend time with his grandma. Melody picked up one of the new resources she had ordered for counseling. It was a course on post-abortion recovery. She read it with a new heart. It presented the idea to reassure the woman who had chosen abortion, that her lost child was alive and well in heaven. She might want to name her child. Melody gave that some thought. Yes, her baby should have a name. She had always felt that it had been a girl. She would have been part Fijian and part Mennonite. Name her Ebony. A voice whispered in her ear. Ebony, what a lovely name, very descriptive too. It made her think of a beautiful precious stone. She decided to name her little girl, now residing in heaven, Ebony. The center had a prayer corner underneath the stairwell, next to the main office desk. It was a private little place behind a curtain with a small table holding a 12-week fetal model, a candle, and some baby ornaments. There was a Bible there too. A place for personal prayer and meditation. Melody usually said a little prayer: Jesus, please give Ebony a kiss and a hug from me today, tell her that I am looking forward to being a mother to her in heaven one day. This became her habit at work and at home. She set aside the first portion of her day in quiet time in her prayer corner. It was good to remember that we are only human, we cannot do anything on our own strength. Working with the stress of pre- and post-abortive women and men, the surrounding multitude of needs of a single parent, it was a massive work. God blessed it. One afternoon during the teaching of her weekly parenting class, Melody felt a pang in her heart. She had 6 young women each expecting a child, some of them had other children too and brought them along. She was holding one of the tiny, newborn babies. She smelled the sweet smell of baby skin on the face of the little one, caressed her soft hair. Oh, I would love to have another baby of my own, she thought. She began to entertain the idea. The feeling grew stronger week after week. Finally, she shared it with Richard. Honey, she smiled at her husband. He was reading a work manual. Came his reply. How would you feel about having another baby? There, she had said it. What? Something jolted Richard out of his reading. Another baby, Richard, she pressed. I would like for Christian to have a sibling. Oh, he finally looked up at her. Now is not a good time, dear. We're trying to get things off the ground and finish this house. We can't afford another child right now. Well, when then? Melody felt sad at Richard's response. Maybe in a year or 2 we can talk about it. Richard ended the conversation. So, that was it, conversation over. Melody continued drying the supper dishes in frustration. Dear God, she prayed in her mind, if now is not a good time for us to have another child, then please, take this desire away from me. If it is, please change Richard's heart. Mom Evans had come over to babysit Christian one evening. Melody was out speaking at a church on behalf of the center. While tidying up the house for her daughter after putting her grandson to bed, she came across what seemed to be a half a balloon lying on the dryer. Thinking it must be disposable, she tossed it into the garbage basket beside the dryer. Next day Melody was looking for her diaphragm which she had left out to dry. She couldn't find it. She finally called her mother. Mom, did you see my diaphragm when you were babysitting the other night? I don't know what a diaphragm is, dear. Her mother answered innocently. Melody began to describe it. I thought that was a used balloon and I put it in the garbage, I think, Mom said. I'm sorry. Oh dear, Melody had been especially fitted for it by her doctor, they were not cheap. She went to have a look in the garbage basket, there it was. She decided to sterilize it and reuse it. It was a few weeks later when Melody realized that her period was late. That's unusual, she thought, I'm always as punctual as a clock. She decided to try one of the pregnancy test strips they used at the center. After all, it was good practice for her job. There were the results. 2 red lines on the test strip indicating a positive result. Oh dear, Lord, have you changed my husband's heart? That night the couple was planning to go out and visit their neighbors for the evening. Melody waited until she and Richard were getting ready. I have a New Year's surprise for you, honey, she announced. What's this? He accepted the test strip she handed to him. Then his face dawned the realization of its significance and she could see color draining from his face. You're not, he couldn't say it. His wife was smiling as she nodded her head. Yes, honey, we are going to have another baby. She saw that he wasn't smiling. In fact, he looked rather angry with her. Dear God, you haven't changed my husband's heart, why am I pregnant? For the next 2 weeks after her announcement, Richard seemed grumpy. He wasn't his usual cheerful self. Melody was hurt that he wasn't happy about the pregnancy. Even though she realized that in the natural, a faulty diaphragm was probably the reason she had got pregnant, yet she believed her prayer had been answered. She thought God would change Richard's heart first, but it was up to him. He had a free will. She continued volunteering as a counselor and a young mom's coordinator for the parenting class each week while her mom generously babysat Christian. She also held a position on the charity's board as the public relations head. There was a lot of responsibility in her young life. Melody also continued the self-post-abortion counseling course. No one knew about her experience except the clients she told in the course of trying to help them in their decision. It was a miracle no one else in the community heard about or spread it as gossip. Then, one day after finishing the course, Melody decided to take courage and confide her story to a fellow executive director in the same work. "Hello, this is Jordan Swanson speaking." His voice sounded friendly enough. "Hi Jordan. This is Melody calling from the Prairie Valley Pregnancy Crisis Center. I wanted to thank you for sending us those free pregnancy tests. It saves us a lot in our monthly budget." "You're so welcome. How are things going at your end?" he said. "Jordan, I've been wanting to tell you something. Do you have few minutes?" She was trying to get past the lump forming in her throat. "Sure, what gives? Since we both got into this pregnancy crisis work about the same time, I feel that I have a special connection with you." Melody went on. "Yes, it's hard work on many levels." Jordan seemed caring. "Well, that's not really what I wanted to share. It's just that because you seem to share the same burden about abortion that I do, I thought I would trust you with something." Jordan's interest was piqued. "Sure, you can trust me. It's personal, it's about me." Jordan. There was silence on the line. "You see Jordan, the reason that I care so much about abortion is because I understand what a woman is going through from my personal experience." A long pause ensued. "Oh, I see," Jordan finally replied. "You know Melody, knowing your circumstances now, if you were here in Winnipeg, we wouldn't allow you to work at our center." He could have slapped her face. "Jordan, you are a man, not a woman. You direct your pregnancy crisis center completely staffed by women, you fight abortion now, but you once worked for Child Welfare Services, which has a policy to support choice." After that, Melody didn't trust Jordan Swanson the way she had before. Unfortunately, many years later she would remember why she should never have trusted this man. Melody was in her 7th month of pregnancy when she began to make plans for maternity leave. Sally had become a very close friend in addition to a co-worker at the center. She encouraged her not to feel guilty about leaving. "We'll just have to find someone to take over for you for a while. Don't worry Melody, you have a new baby to think about." She smiled. So Melody went home in her 8th month to await the birth. After a 45-hour labor she had a natural delivery. Jeffrey David Wolfe was born. At first Melody was a little sad, she had so much wanted a girl. Probably because of the abortion of Ebony, she somehow thought having a daughter would help her make up for the loss. Although the labor was long and painful, the birth of a healthy son made up for it. Little Jeffrey looked just like a miniature of his father. "If I painted a black mustache under your little nose, you would pass for your daddy." Melody hugged her baby. Richard brought her long-stemmed red roses and she enjoyed many visitors. If she had given birth to a girl, Melody had planned to name her Miriam. This was because of her love of tambourine and dance. The Old Testament story of the parting of the Red Sea in Exodus and how Miriam led the women with dancing and the tambourine was her inspiration for this name. But it was not to be. Melody's plan to go back to her job at the Pregnancy Crisis Center didn't go as planned. Other women had come on board and taken her role. She concentrated on raising her family and doing other volunteer work. Initially, they had to live in the basement of their country home for 3 years, until they could afford to make the upstairs livable. Parenting was a lot of work. Her husband left early every morning to work in town. She was at home a lot raising the boys. Sometimes she felt like a single parent as Richard, being a workaholic by nature, worked long hours. Sometimes she had the use of their single vehicle. The K-car had been replaced by a used station wagon. She liked to take the boys to Moonset Park in nice weather for outings. The railway wound through the park and the boys loved to hear it whistle. Choo-choo! Jeffrey exclaimed in his cute baby voice. The boys were on a blanket stuffing their faces with bologna sandwiches and chips. Can I have some more juice? Christian asked. Yes, son. There is a bottle in the picnic basket and cups. Help me get them out. Mommy offered. Parks and swings. Parks and swings. Her son screeched delightedly, making a beeline towards his beloved playground in the park. The kids just loved coming here to play on the merry-go-round and slides which had been in the park since Melody was a child. In addition to her parenting priorities, Melody busied herself with a number of other volunteer commitments. She was a go-getter, a kind of mover and shaker, one might say. She saw a need and started a group to try to meet it. These included a group in the education system for parent involvement, a group to provide alternative fall parties to the pagan celebration of Halloween, and a sacred dance company featuring the use of the tambourine in worship arts. It seemed during these years of young parenting she had endless energy and stamina. All the while, 7 years in fact, the Prairie Valley Pregnancy Crisis Center continued serving the community without her. It did seem that she had a number of single-parent connections anyway, and continued to offer support as she was able. Time passed and her youngest son was ready to go to school. The big yellow school bus rumbled down their country access road on the first September day of school. Its gold paint complemented by the golden fall leaves on the ash trees. He looked so cute with his Superman lunch kit, matching knapsack, and new runners. Melody stood with pride in her boys, waved encouragingly when they drove off, looking at her through the bus windows. Tears pricked the corner of her eyes. It was a milestone to see them grow up and go to school. Melody went inside to enjoy a fresh cup of coffee, all alone in her kitchen. She closed her eyes and allowed herself the luxury of a familiar daydream. She imagined herself standing on the warm sands of the island of Fiji. Although she had never been there, it was a distant desire to go. In her imagination she could see the endless aquamarine blue ocean meet the tropical blue sky. She could the sound of its gentle waves lapping the shore. A fringe of palm trees swayed like a grass skirt and her toes touched the refreshing water. Melody allowed herself to remember Ebony. The little baby that was in heaven. The one whose biological father had been from Fiji. She wondered what he was doing at this stage in his life. Chapter 14. Melody waited until Jeffrey was in grade 2 before she went back to work. She had taken time to pursue her creative energy and recorded an album of songs which she composed. Her artistic nature was supported by friends she made in the Aboriginal community. In fact, Melody loved all cultures and wanted to express them artistically with their own cultural flavor when she crossed them. Probably because her own culture had subdued her desire to dance, she found freedom in her faith through creative worship arts. After recording the album at a native Indian reservation near Toronto, she needed to get a loan to pay for the expenses of the album. Try as she might, she couldn't get a job in Woven or Moonset. She couldn't understand what the blockage was, as she had all kinds of job experience in a variety of fields from her past. Little did she know that it was part of Father's divine plan to keep her available for a particular job. Richard, guess what? Her husband looked up briefly from the aircraft magazine he was intent on reading. The Prairie Valley Pregnancy Crisis Center is advertising for an executive director position. Melody was excited. It's only part-time, do you think I should apply? Wouldn't it be something for me to get a paid position at the charity which I helped to found and where I served as a volunteer for 6 years? She exclaimed. I see you have your mind made up, dear. Go for it, Richard affirmed her. It was a process of events, that's for sure. Initially, Melody was not hired for the position. Instead, the board of the time chose a nurse with a counseling degree. But after 2 weeks on the job, she quit. She was bored and had no vision for it. So Melody received a call. "Hi Melody. This is Tom from the board of the Prairie Valley Pregnancy Crisis Center. Are you still interested in the position of executive director for our charity?" Melody couldn't believe her ears. "Yes, I am," she replied. Tom went on to relay a lengthy list of duties which were quite impossible for one person to manage all alone in a part-time position, but Melody just said, "Yes, I would be happy to do my best for you." She knew that list very well as she had helped to write it. And so, she was back at it, back at her beloved Pregnancy Crisis Center. She walked into the offices which had been moved from above the Woven Drug Store during her 7-year absence. A previous executive director had relocated to the Winners Mall next door. The mall was in the process of being converted into a medical services center. A very appropriate place to be, she thought approvingly. Immediately Melody envisioned all the improvements she would like to make. Rearrange and paint the office to make it more professional, get rid of the old electric typewriter and improve with donated computers, hire another part-time assistant to take on the counseling department, and so on. Over a period of time she helped to increase the budget from $12,000 per year to more than $100,000. In 10 years' time she had trained 24 volunteers, 10 contracted staff, started 3 satellite locations for the charity in nearby towns, attended 10 cross-Canada training upgrades, etc. Was there no limit to her vision? Every day she thanked God for allowing her to do what she so dearly loved. And every day in the prayer corner at the center she would pray and ask Jesus to give Ebony a kiss for her. He delighted in doing just that. There were so many different counseling opportunities. For example, there was the older woman who didn't want to be pregnant at 40, the Oriental couple who had several abortions in China, the woman who claimed she was a witch and brought her cute chubby 2-year-old with her to sessions, the woman who thought the father of her unborn baby was her own father, the lesbian couple who had allowed the conception of their baby from a family member so they could experience parenting, the many ceremonies of letting go when a couple chose open adoption, one partner in prison and the other lonely for him, and the many, many teenagers who came for pregnancy tests after weekend parties, date rape, etc. But there was one story that stood out for Melody. It was in her 10th year of working as the executive director and at the climax of a very traumatic season of board-related growing pains. Melody was alone at work one winter morning in 2004. She had a hot cup of tea steaming in her hand, sitting next to her laptop computer with a caseload of typing, when she heard the little telltale ring of the stairwell bell. They had moved to an upstairs space in the Winners Mall 2 years ago, and the center now had 1,300 square feet of offices complete with their own private bathroom, kitchen, and laundry facility. Due to the stairs, they had installed the bell system so the staff had some forewarning when a person came in. It was evening and Melody was working alone. "Hi, can I help you?" Melody said, peeking around the corner from her desk. A young couple was making their way in. She was a lovely, young blonde woman wearing high fashionable suede boots, he was a handsome young black man sporting heavy gold jewelry, dressed much too cool for a Manitoba winter in Melody's opinion. "Is this the right place to come for help?" she said timidly. "Yes, it is. Are you here for a pregnancy test?" Melody said wisely. "No, we already had one, but we would like to talk with someone." The young man replied in a thick foreign accent. "Sure, that's what I'm here for. Won't you please follow me?" Melody led them into the counseling office and offered them a seat on the comfortable couch. She sat opposite them behind a desk. "So, you already had the test, was it positive?" Melody repeated. The pretty blonde nodded her head, tears welling up behind her eyes. "All right. Why don't we start at the beginning? I need to explain to the two of you that we are a Christian-mandated charity, all our services are free and confidential. Would you be willing to read this release form, and if you agree to the terms sign it, then we can proceed. Melody knew it was best to get that out of the way before doing any more. She could see that they would need some time to talk. The couple sat close together and read the paperwork. Then they both signed it, and so did Melody. So you understand that we are not a medical clinic and that you are free to leave at any time? Melody clarified. Yes, we do. Miriam nodded her head. They introduced themselves as Miriam and Thomas. She was 21 years old and an immigrant from Germany. He was 24 and emigrated from Sierra Leone in Africa fairly recently. They had met during the summer and started a romance. Now, it seemed that Miriam was pregnant. Her doctor had referred her to the Prairie Valley Pregnancy Crisis Center as they had not planned or wanted the pregnancy. My parents will be very upset about this. Miriam began to cry. They have no idea about our sexual relationship and they don't approve of me dating Thomas. I already have a son in Africa who is 3 years old. Thomas shared with Melody. My mother is raising him and her husband is not living with her. Thomas began to outline his complicated story. I came here to meet my half-brothers and my stepmother. My biological father never married my mom. I had to flee Sierra Leone because my life was in danger after I had been held captive as a prisoner of war for 6 months. There is ethnic warfare in my country. Melody realized that Thomas was much more experienced in the ways of the world than Miriam. Also, he had lived through some horrific experiences in his home country involving much danger. He had even witnessed the murder of a friend there. First things first. Why don't the two of you plan to come and see me once a week for a session? We'll go through the basic decision-making course and you can make plans for your future and the future of your child. We can also do some budgeting and see what we can do to help you both with your education as well as your financial needs by networking you with some other supports. How does that sound? Melody smiled encouragingly at them. That sounds good. Miriam said. Melody put on a short film about how to handle a crisis pregnancy for them to get more informed and when to make them a snack. Hospitality was a big part of the center's welcoming routine. It made the clients feel at home, cared about. When the session was over, the couple looked much more hopeful. Melody gave them each a small gift from under the Christmas tree in the foyer. It was the season. Thomas flashed her his dazzling white smile and they left. Over a period of time Melody continued to counsel this couple. Miriam was forced to leave her family home because she refused to give up her relationship with Thomas. Melody found her a private shepherding home couple who took her in for a small fee. Miriam earned this money working at a part-time job in Woven. Thomas also got a job and moved into a rented room in the town. After a while Melody really warmed up to them. She remembered herself at the same age when she had been faced with the choice to abort. At that time she too had been afraid of prejudice because of the color of the biological father's skin. She did not believe she could hide it from Richard or her family, so had selfishly chosen to end the life of her child instead. Now she felt as though she was reliving the situation in a sense, through other people's lives. This couple bravely chose to face the opposition. It was not easy. But they had the center to turn to for help. In her day, she had had no one. It was during this time that Melody began counseling Miriam and Thomas that her personal situation with the board of directors of the center became a crisis. 2 women had come on the board 2 years previously. One was a past school friend who had lived a very traumatic life, the other was a woman who had been involved in removing her pastor from his church. Melody was completely unaware of this until much later. Together they formed a 3-member board with a woman who Melody considered a friend. Amber was the person she had initially trained to work for her and later encouraged to consider a board position. Now she had been the president of the board for 2 years. Canadian charitable status required that a charity have a minimum of 3 board members. There were a number of secret enemies behind the scenes as well. Jordan Swanson was a powerful leader in the CPC movement. Melody had known him for 20 years. There had been a situation with Child Welfare Services 2 years prior in which a private adoption was contested by them, and little did Melody know that Jordan Swanson had promised them that her head would roll. The problem was that Melody had made the center too successful. It was now desired by others in positions of power. Add to this the jealousy and power struggle of two newcomers on the board. So with only 5 days' notice after serving the charity for 16 years, Melody was told she had to leave. "If you leave quietly and tell everyone you are ill, we will have a party to recognize all of your achievements," Tarl said slyly. "If you don't, we will change the locks and humiliate you." Melody could not see the spiky claws of Hadra thrust deeply into her skull. Of course, she could not go along with their secrecy or their deception. So at the risk of personal humiliation and later the loss of her good reputation, she stood up to them. She got legal advice and made a claim for wrongful dismissal. Even as her personal crisis was ongoing, Melody continued to see Miriam and Thomas outside the charity. They came to her for private counsel and advice. Melody freely gave to all who came to her in confidence. She had her ministerial license by now and was a bona fide counselor. She attended the birth of their baby as a labor coach. Miriam delivered a beautiful baby boy who looked a lot like his father. They named him Thomas Jr. She was a natural at mothering. Melody had helped her with the paperwork to be accepted in low rental housing. Her shepherding home friends helped her with some used furnishings. Thomas had sold drugs on the street in Winnipeg with his 2 half-brothers before he met Miriam. He said he had been coerced into doing this. He was caught and sentenced to 2 years under house arrest. Over a period of time there were 2 incidents where Thomas broke curfew under house arrest and was subsequently sent to jail. Melody made a number of tearful trips to court with Miriam and baby. She also drove her to the prison for visitation in the winter cold. The couple had asked her to be a godmother to Thomas Jr. She felt as though they were like children to her. Being as she had sons that age, it was a natural role for Melody. As Melody continued her battle for wrongful dismissal from the center, she asked for a meeting with one of her trusted past professional advisory board members. Melody finally got her meeting with Ben Rickner. She was sitting in a chair across from him. He sat regally behind a big mahogany desk framed in a wall of books and pictures of his grandchildren. "I'm afraid I won't be able to discuss anything very much with you about what happened, Melody," he began gingerly. "I have a serious heart condition, you know, and any stress could kill me." "Oh, I see." Melody wondered what they could discuss. "I thought you would call me a hypocrite." Ben looked at her. Melody didn't say what she was thinking. He already knew that he was. "The professional advisory board saw it this way, Melody," Ben explained. "Someone bought the company and they didn't want you there because you were there from the beginning. You knew too much and they couldn't manage you. It was just business." Ben told her. "How would you feel, Ben, if you were told that you had to pack up all your books and pictures of your grandchildren and leave this office in 5 days or you would be locked out?" Melody wanted him to understand. A lone tear began to trickle down his face. "I wouldn't have done it that way," he admitted. After a while he said, "You still don't want us to give you that party, do you?" "I don't want a party from people who have stolen the charity from the general membership and in the process destroyed the lives of the clients, babies, and the staff," Melody responded. "It's hypocritical." Ben nodded. "If you get rid of the lawyers, then we will talk to you, but Ben, you are the one who initially agreed with me that I needed legal help from a lawyer." Melody was incredulous. "Well, I use lawyers, but I never go to court," Ben said almost indignantly. The meeting was over. After that meeting things continued to get worse. The board went into the office and took out the computers, examining the hard drives for anything they might be able to use against Melody. They also gradually released all the contracted staff. 2 of the satellites were closed quickly. The prayer time Melody had insisted upon at the beginning of the shift was removed. Clients were now referred to an 800 number for phone counseling or to child welfare services. The constitution was changed so that no board member could ever be voted out and all powers of the general membership were removed. The once colorful and homey atmosphere of the offices were repainted gray with donors' money. Colorless gray, efforts to erase all traces of Melody went on as files were shredded and books and items removed. There was lots of money backing the charity now, but the help wasn't anything like it had been before. Watered down and lukewarm. Father says he will spit them out of his mouth. David declared in righteousness anger as he and Joseph continued to witness the destruction of the once on fire ministry. They even removed the beautiful inspired logo that Melody designed, Joseph said sadly. They say that they are a pregnancy care center now, but they had no care or concern for their own faithful staff and especially for the one who founded the charity, who poured out her blood, sweat, and tears in love of the work. Father has a plan. He promises that this crisis will become a victory in Melody's life in time. David comforted his friend. They can take her job away but they can't take her divine work or her God-given gifts. Chapter 15. Corny and Mary Kruger sat in their 1990 Ford truck holding hands in prayer. They were facing an unpleasant, but in their minds, necessary task. They had had enough of waiting for Tarl Warbinger, the self-appointed president of the board of their beloved charity. She had simply refused to respond to any of their concerned letters. They had found out that there would be a staff meeting at the Prairie Lands Pregnancy Crisis Center this evening. Tarl had called the meeting in order to introduce a new executive director that the board had chosen secretly after forcing a 16-year veteran to leave the job. The two-member board had selected a young 21-year-old married woman who had not given birth, but had a course in women's studies. She would be someone they could manage. The fact that she had absolutely no experience was not a prerequisite. The 70-year-old elderly couple had been general members of the charity for many years. They were Melody's parents. They opened the back door to the offices of the charity. Then slowly went up the stairs. At the top of the stairs they faced a group of 9 women sitting in a circle. Tarl's face registered shock and the color drained from her face when she realized who it was that was coming in. She had purposely refused to speak to them because she knew they were general members who were also Melody's parents. Corny began to speak, but Tarl interrupted him and insisted he follow her to the administration office. He got increasingly upset. I am a general member of this charity for years, you, however, have only been here 2 years sitting as the secretary of the board. How dare you fire Melody Wolf and refuse to be accountable to your general membership, namely people like me, he declared. You leave this instant, or I will call the police. Tarl threatened him. Mary began to read aloud a letter she had brought to the meeting. The rest of the women sat quietly, listening and shocked. A short while later 5 police officers came to the door and ascended the stairs. The captain of the group said, "What seems to be the problem here? These people have intruded on a private meeting." Tarl said, "We are general members of this charity and this woman has refused to explain to us why she has taken over the presidency of our charity and why she had fired the 16-year veteran who is also our daughter, Melody." Corny told the officers. "All right, let's take your statements separately." Captain Reed took the elderly couple into a small room and Officer Gainsbury with his partner took Tarl into the administration office. The other officers stayed with the women in the meeting and questioned them. It was all very disturbing. Melody and Richard later found out that Tarl and their pastor were in a conspiracy to take over the charity. One of the professional advisory board reps was also a respected elder of the Moonset Unity Church. It was all too much. They felt they had no choice but to relocate to another church. Pastor Dahl did not call them to find out why they weren't attending anymore. One Sunday morning after attending the New Good Pastures Community Church, a woman got up to give a praise report. "Hi, my name is Mandy. I wanted to share a little story with you on this Mother's Day." A slide of a beautiful baby girl flashed on the overhead screen. "You are looking at a photo of my darling little granddaughter Maya. She wouldn't be alive today if it had not been for the intervention of the Prairie Lands Pregnancy Crisis Center and one counselor in particular, Mrs. Melody Wolfe. Melody couldn't believe what her ears were hearing. She knew that situation very well and what had happened. Now she was getting public thanks for it. She looked to her right at her husband and sons, there were tears in everyone's eyes. After being publicly humiliated in the small local towns of Woven and Moonset, it was wonderful to hear a kind word. "Thank you, Lord," she prayed. "Hi, Melody." It was Thomas calling from Headingley Jail. His voice sounded quiet and sad. "Hi, Thomas. I'm so glad to hear your voice. It's been a while. How are you?" Melody was glad he'd called. "I've been trying to call Miriam but she doesn't answer," Thomas continued. "I'm so worried about her." "Oh, I can explain that." Melody proceeded to tell him about the events of the past 2 days. "We missed your court case by 20 minutes, Thomas. Miriam couldn't quit crying about it. I got up at 6 am and picked her and baby up around 7. We quickly got gas for the car and left for Winnipeg. The problem happened when we got on Kennedy St and had to park the car 8 flights up the parkade. Then we had to carry the baby in his car seat between us, go down the elevator, walk 2 blocks to the courthouse, ride up the elevator and locate your particular courtroom. We were devastated to walk into an empty room. The court reporter was still there. She told us that the judge had heard that we were coming from hours away, but he had gone ahead and decided the case. He gave you 2 more months in Headingley Jail followed by 1 year's house arrest to complete your sentence. She paged your lawyer who told us that the judge had read our letters of support but was not impressed that you broke your house arrest. It took a good while for Miriam's tears to subside somewhat, she would not be comforted. We went across the street to the remand center to try and see you. We were told that we had to make prior arrangements. The policeman kindly offered Miriam a Kleenex as she cried some more. After that we walked to a coffee shop to think about what to do. We had breakfast there. We used their phone to book an appointment for her to see you the next day. After that, the next problem was where Miriam could stay with baby Thomas for night. I had to go back home. I thought of calling your stepmom Thomas. At first Miriam wasn't sure about that, but after exhausting all other possibilities, she said, "Okay." I did a little sleuthing on the phone and finally got a hold of her. She was very understanding and kind, Thomas. She took her and baby in. Next morning Miriam took a taxi to come see you for her 9:30 a.m. appointment. But they had already moved you to Headingley Jail. She ended up spending 2 nights with your family, Thomas, due to a snowstorm, then she and baby bussed home to Woven. Thomas, how do you feel about her connecting with your stepmom and your dad? Melody asked him. There was a pause. I don't know. He replied. Well, you must realize that with you in jail, Miriam has no support from her own family. Maybe if she can build a relationship with yours it will be good for your child. You have 60 seconds left on this call. The operator's voice broke in. Thomas, can I say a quick prayer with you before you go? Melody offered. Sure. Thomas said. Dear God, please let Thomas feel your presence right now. Give him dreams and visions of you in the night. Let him hear your voice in his heart, Lord. Amen. Thanks, Melody. Sam was moved. Don't give up, Thomas, we're not giving up on you. Melody encouraged him. Okay, Melody. Bye. Bye, Thomas. The phone call stopped. A crew of Heavenly Host had come into the prison during this telephone call. They were descending on the prayers of many other concerned friends, parents, and loved ones. The light of God shone in a very dark place. And some received hope. Chapter 16 * 5 years later Melody found herself standing on the sandy shores of one of the islands of Fiji. She had to keep pinching herself. Am I really here? She thought. The aquamarine blue ocean stretched before her as it lapped softly on the sandy shore. The picture was framed by a fringe of green palm trees swaying in the gentle breeze. Green palm leaves like a grass skirt. Where had she seen this before? Her newfound Fijian family of friends had made it possible for her and Richard to come to their homeland for 3 months. During that time they had worked hard with others to set up a brand new House of Ebony Family Crisis Center. A local businessman had donated an empty building for them to use. Friends of the Fijians from Manitoba as well as their family members who lived in the islands had come alongside in every way. They helped with painting, cleaning and preparing a homey office space for young men and women in their communities who might be experiencing a crisis pregnancy or other family crisis needs. Family Focus had donated ultrasound equipment. Local nurses joined the team of professionals and semi-professionals to offer pre- and post-abortion counseling. Just this past Sunday, Melody and Richard had been dedicated in their new ministry outreach at the Joy House of Family Worship in the city of Suva, Fiji. Melody shared her long journey about how she had experienced a crisis pregnancy in her own young life. She told the stories about founding and counseling in the centers in her hometown for so many years. Also, she tearfully shared how she had been forced to leave her own position and how she had been publicly humiliated in her community. Pastor Simosi officiated in the dedication of the new work. That's right. The son of the Fijian chief who Melody had met many years earlier. He was the one who had given her the beautiful blue Fijian sulu decorated with a map of the islands. He had wrapped it around her waist, repented on behalf of the Fijian people and covered her shame with his prayers. A very tall, ebony-skinned Fijian angelic warrior stood guard at the newly opened Island Lands Pregnancy Crisis Center. Inside, a young woman was tearfully explaining her impossible situation to a sympathetic counselor. A group of Lord Dark's henchmen were being held at bay by the gleaming swords of some of the heavenly host. Isn't it amazing what Father has accomplished through this life? Joseph smiled a dazzling smile at his friend David. What a supernatural divine design, no one else could have thought of it. David smiled back. The rest of the heavenly host was already kneeling in reverence to their Creator God, their shimmery wings folded in awe before him as their praises ascended, recounting his wonderful victory. A new door of opportunity was opening wide for Melody and Richard. What had been such a terrible trauma for them for so many years was now being used to bring the light of restoration to other hearts. Global connections were being made. Ebony looked down through the realms and watched her earthly mother with amazement. She really wants to dance with me, Abba. She looked up at the face of her heavenly Father. Yes, daughter, she wants to dance with you in my presence. I am so looking forward to it. Abba smiled back at Ebony while his glorious golden light enveloped them both. The end author's invitation. Dear friend, perhaps you too have experienced the pain of having an abortion. I want to encourage you to say a little prayer to God and ask Him to forgive you and to fill you with His healing love. Dear God, I'm sorry I choose to take the life of my unborn child in an abortion. I realize that you are present at a human being's conception and that you are the only one who should choose the time of our birth and the time of our death. Please forgive me, Lord, for all my sins. I believe that Jesus Christ died on a cross for my sins, that upon my confession of sins I can invite you to save me for eternity in heaven. Please come into my heart right now and be Lord of my life. I also invite the Holy Spirit to have complete control and acknowledge the Heavenly Father as God Almighty. I choose to name my baby __________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________:_:__________________________________________________:_:________________________________________________________________h please, Jesus, give _____________ a kiss for me today and tell that I look forward to being her/his mommy in heaven someday. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him will have everlasting life. John 3:16. You are welcome to write to me at my email, sweetspyritministries@gmail.com. Song for Ebony. Pamela Funk, composer. Verse 1. From the island of Fiji you designed Ebony to be your daughter, O Lord, in your image. Fijian translation. My na yanuyanoke ovd koni abuli ebony mi lug muni na kalakaokwi communi. Verse 2. I'll be a mother someday. From heaven I'll hear her say I love you mommy, like Jesus. Humi na dua na sigo na tinamu my lomalagi o na ragaka na damu olomani iko. Tinakumi voka ijisu, asterisk interpretative dance to waves. Verse 3. Sweet Ebony, look in my eyes, honey, and see my love just for you, little one. Nokulewa Ebony reaka na matak nok rasi o reaka na nokulaloma ve communi nokulewa. Verse 4. God, give her a kiss for me, set my spirit free to dance in the islands of Fiji. For Ebony nokukalu ni regiosai koya serika na yelikumu galilamu make ima vyukoi vd mi beliter. Ebony bridge, set my spirit free to dance in the islands of Fiji. For Ebony. Author's biography. Pamela Funk. Pamela is a wife, mother, and grandmother with decades of experience in family crisis counseling, specializing in the area of unplanned pregnancy. This is her first novel based on her pregnancy crisis work. She has founded and co-founded many nonprofit organizations including Pregnancy Crisis and Satellite Centers, Yeshua Dance Company, Parents Involved in Education, and Miriam Music, to name a few. Her work is listed under her ministry name of Sweet Spirit Ministries, located in Morden, Manitoba, Canada. She is artistic and multi-gifted with a visionary personality. She enjoys composing songs, painting instruments, photography, dance, and gardening. She has a menagerie of animals including Arabian horses and wolf dogs. Her private teepee rests in her secluded garden where friends are treated to a peaceful fire and visit. She and her husband John have raised 3 sons at their country home. Their family now includes 2 lovely daughter-in-laws and 2 little grandsons, Aiden and Logan. This novel, The House of Ebony, makes available other materials to develop a family crisis counseling center in your area. Please inquire about manuals and support services with the Fiji Outreach Mission at this email, sweetspyritministries@gmail.com. Pamela plans to write sequel novels for The House of Ebony coming soon. Look for Fiji First, the story of Pammy Ebby next. Spirit Publishing. Pastor Pamela Funk, Sweet Spirit Ministries, P.O. Box 213 RR No. 2, Morden, Manitoba, Canada R6M2A1. Email, sweetspyritministries@gmail.com. Facebook, The House of Ebony. Blog, blogger.com/The House of Ebony. Telephone, 204-822-3124.